randomly weird. Hello.
I probably won't use the microphone in the room. What do you want to do?
I don't think we need a microphone in the room, do we? If we can pick it up.
No, that's fine. You're good.
Okay. Cool. Good morning. We're small but perfectly formed today, and we have got a whole load of people watching online as well. So thank you very much for coming, joining us and giving us your time. My name is Olivia Butterworth. My job title is Head of Public Voice. It makes me smile every time I say that. I won't burst into song. My team's responsibility at NHS England is to I suppose, make sure that NHS England, in the way that we commission services, develop policy and deliver our responsibilities, involves patients and the public in everything we do in a way that people have influence and people can be genuinely involved. And that's a challenge. NHS Citzien was born of Tim Kelsey, who's the National Director for Patients' Information's desire and want to make sure that as a board of people responsible for a lot of money and a lot of services, that they have an accountability to citizens, to people, in the way they discharge their business. And we've spent a year now moving from Tim's original idea, which was to have a civil society assembly of the great and the good who gathered and pontificated and did their stuff, through a journey where we've started trying to build this far more with people in terms of it being a bottom-up, useful approach that builds on everything that's already there, rather than trying to duplicate and replace what's already there. So, as a journey, we've been picking people up. Hi, Lorena, join us. We've been picking people up along the way, and every time we have one of these workshops and we have another conversation, bits of it change, bits of it become more developed, they become more refined, and they become more connected. I'm not going to say very much else today, other than I'm going to do quite a bit of tweeting, I hope. So if you are online and you're watching, please feel free to tweet in questions during the conversations. Catherine will do as well, and I think Camilla's then going to hold the room here, mostly.
Yes, I'm going to try tweeting this afternoon.
And I suppose it's important for me to say one of the reasons we're in Liverpool is we're trying to get, this is about connecting with people where they are as well. So we're trying to get around the country. We're going to Bristol soon, we've been in Leeds, I forget where else we've been. We've been in Sunderland, we've been to Exeter. Of course we've been in London because the world revolves around London, doesn't it? But actually it's really important that we get out and we have conversations in places where people are at. So that's, I think, all I really need to say to kick today off. And I'm going to hand over to Camilla, who's going to explain some of the conversations we want to really dig into today in terms of some of the detail. Is that okay?
Yeah,
cool.
Thank you. I think we should probably introduce ourselves as well as the organisations. I'm Camilla Child from the Tavistock Institute. Catherine.
I'm Catherine House from Public Eye.
And we have other colleagues from two other organisations. One is... Well, the lead person is Simon Burrell from Involve, who's a public dialogue organisation, and Anthony Zakrzewski, if I got that right, finally, from DEMSOC, who leads. We have been working with Olivia's team from NHS England to help think about this, designing this process that we're now calling NHS Citzien. And I'll talk a bit more about exactly what that is in a moment. Upon NHS Citzien, because it's really about citizenship as well as an engagement sort of model with the NHS England board. I'm going to show you. We need to tell you actually the businessy bit. The loo's around the corner there. Forget this. And there's no alarm scheduled, so if there is one, we all go downstairs and go to the end of the building. Okay. So, what problem is... It is really odd having two screens. I'm not quite sure where to go. What problem is NHS Citzien trying to solve? Olivia started telling us the board the NHS England board wants to be more engaged, wants to have more kind of involvement with the public. They told us very clearly, and it's very clearly a remit from 3 members in particular of the board, and now we're broadening it out to include others, that they wanted the mirror to be held up to them, so that people that have an opportunity to do what they say was to speak truth to power, which we now kind of like have kind of changed to say we want people to speak truth with power, and it's not us to them. We're trying to create something that is much more of a conversational kind of piece, but we want to delve more into that with you over the course of this morning as well, and this afternoon. So the problem, as we see it, and I'm going to try and explain what NHS Citzien is using this. We used to have a set of kind of quite sort of diagrams that you may have seen in the document that some of you will have glanced at or downloaded.
Is that the one from the Expo?
This isn't. No, it's not the Expo one. This is one.
I was at the Expo one.
And
they made one of them.
Yes.
Oh.
And this is one. We were in Leeds a few weeks ago, and this is another one from that.
I was in Leeds as well. But
Oh, were you?
Not at the 2-day event, at the 1-day event earlier.
Oh,
We had
okay.
a 1-day event there
Oh, yeah. I don't think I.
earlier
When
on.
we were in Leeds. Do we need this? Oh, is this not working?
Yours is working, but if you want to have a conversation.
Any conversation.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's too intimidating. You get used to this. I promise.
Oh, no,
It's
I
just a
can
little.
use a mic, but
Okay.
It just doesn't matter.
It's an aside.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. It's nice to have asides when we're such a small group.
So just important to note, in terms of trying to connect the conversation in, if people are watching, they can't hear the conversation in the room unless you're speaking to the microphone, so it won't amplify the noise in the room. It'll just send it out into the big wide world on the web.
So we will be using it. So the problem, I'm going to come around here. This came from the 2-day design event that we did in Leeds quite recently. And I find, and I think the rest of us find, it's much easier to talk to, partly because it looks so lovely, but partly because it explains what the flow of this thing better than an ordinary diagram does. So the problem, as it is sort of stated, is that the NHS, and this is really NHS England, and you can see it's big, and it makes big decisions which affect us, and it affects us as professionals, and it affects us as citizens. And inside this, which I think is an organisation of about 5,000 or 6,000 people, there is the board, and here they are sitting around their table. And out of all of the big decisions, there is a huge world of commissioning and different branches of decision making, and we know that there are lots, and you probably are involved in them, lots of organisations which encourage patient voice. That patient voice at the moment isn't always done very systematically, certainly not across the country. It's quite patchy, and it's not very loud, and it's not at all joined up. And one of the points of the NHS Citzien system as we're designing it is to try to create something where everything is as joined up as possible, and that the board, possibly twice a year, possibly more, and possibly at other points during the year, will actually have real conversations with citizens, with us as professionals and with us as public members. So the whole thing is about connecting citizens to the board more effectively. How are we going to do this is the question that we're working on now and that we need your help with. And I'll tell you some bits that we've kind of got to the point over the last year where they've been made more concrete. So we know more or less the shape, but it's more or less how it's going to work that we're still working on. There will be a layer called Discover. Discover includes all the different kind of conversations that are going on, all those different public voices and patient voices who have things that concern them in the world about their health status or their interactions with the health service or their general kind of public health, though we know that that is now held in local government. But they're going on, and you can see they're going on offline and they're going online. So some people are quite digitised and some people are not. And we're very aware that this really needs to be able to speak to and speak with and speak on behalf of people who are quite marginalised or who don't use digital kind of mechanisms routinely. So this is about the connecting of the conversations and the listening in and hearing some of those conversations. If you have an issue, if there is somebody who says, actually, there's something really important to me that I would like to mark or flag in some way, we're actually going to create something which is going to be called Gather, in the Gather layer, and that will be an online system. And in that one, you can plant a flag, you can find other people who are discussing the same thing. They may be locally, or they may be somewhere far away. You go, this is important to me, and it seems to be important to someone else far away. Maybe it's an issue that we can discuss and work on together. We're hoping that there will be spaces there where people can collaborate. And this will be predominantly online, and there will, of course, be opportunities for people to get together in person, in face, and have those conversations. One of the things that we're really aware of, particularly with the marginalised people, is how to connect them into this. So if they have a flag they want to raise, how do we do it? We were talking to people from the voluntary and the strategic partners, I think they were, with NHS England last week, or was it the week before, who knows, about a possible role for the voluntary and community sector, who know often what those conversations are, being what we're starting to call connectors. So that it's about connecting people into the conversation that will be the NHS Citzien platform. Okay, so they can go say, I know that this is important for someone, I will be planting a flag for them. Everyone who moves into this space will create their own NHS Citzien identity. And it's an identity that's yours and that you carry around with you. It's not going to be the same as as the NHS England holding a great big database with our details on it. It's really us. I'd have chosen to create a citizen identity, and there'll be opportunities to put as much or as little information on that as people want to. And we're thinking about how organisations are represented or not.
Sorry.
Yeah, do ask questions, but you do have to have a...
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify then whether organisations can create an identity, or is that purely a space for individuals?
I think Catherine is best placed to answer that.
That's a really interesting question. So we're seeing it at the moment that every individual has their own identity, because that's what this is about. But we're going to be looking at how do you cluster people together as organisations, and how do you make sure you create an advocacy role. So if somebody says, I'm happy for you to speak on my behalf, you make that relationship possible as well. What we didn't want to do is to just put organisations in here, because while we've been looking at what's going on at the moment, there are so many people who are informal connectors. So it's not their job, it's not their role, but actually they're the kind of people who just connect people together. And what we found, and then we say, okay, how do individuals cluster together in organisations rather than starting with organisations and finding the people in them? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I suppose, and I'm sure there's a way around this, but I'm from Strategic Clinical Networks, and we have our networks, which happens to be called People's Voice. All I'm thinking about really is from an individual perspective, if I've participated in a local exercise, whether it's with networks or a trust or whatever, and feel that I've flagged some issues up in that local way, would I want to really feel I've got to repeat that and flag it on this as well? Or would I expect, having flagged it within the wider system, that mechanism would then take that forward? It's just whether, people end up doing this multiple times.
Sorry, no. We're definitely expecting that organisations that hold networks of people like yourselves would connect directly into this, and that you would bring we're really more interested in how do you connect together the participation which is already happening, rather than how do we repeat stuff. But what we do want to do is, because we're going to be able to build some, we hope, very helpful sort of infrastructure, is that we'd make that available to everybody, so that actually everyone can use the stuff that we're going to build to connect to your networks as well. So the idea is that we create a shared digital space where it's possible for you to put stuff in as an organisation, but it is also possible to use that to help people to connect directly. One of the problems we're very keen, and this might come up this afternoon, to work on is it's actually how does the message get back? Actually, there's the routes for things getting from people through organisations yourselves into the system are actually not that, they're not as bad. Actually, the problem is stuff coming back out again. And so one of the reasons we're interested in creating sort of connections with citizens is that you make sure you can embed that feedback loop more effectively.
Another feature of this gather that we're really very keen on in that layer is when an issue is flagged and that something has begun, is that it should, whatever it is, should and could be addressed, if it's a problem to be solved, that could be solved at the lowest level that it could be solved. And what we want to create is a system that, so it becomes, the push is towards the kind of NHS England or other professionals to work actively with the issues that are being flagged in local areas. So it's a kind of way of pushing a bit of more transparency and action at local levels where it may not have happened, and encouraging it and sort of singing its praises where it is already going on. As soon as you have a puzzled look on your face, please do question, because we know this is quite complicated. Okay, so the idea is that over the course of a period of time, issues that get flagged in Gather, some of which are going to be policy issues that the board can respond to. So it may be questions that come up as a national issue across different areas. So it may be that services, a really poor service change in one area might actually be happening in many different areas, and actually this was about communication that did not happen very effectively with local people. They weren't included in a consultation process. It all was a bit last minute. We know it's happened. It was on the news, all those, the service reconfigurations things, or hospital closures. Those kinds of issues are of national importance that the board can actually respond to and think about. We've been having some, so to speak, practice sessions, and we talked about accessibility to information, which was a big issue in the room and over the 2 days. So we discussed that. It's a policy issue that the board can actually work with. So it's not about the actual local detail of what happened down here. It's something that is as a broader significance for the board to take into account. So those kinds of conversations will be happening in assembly meetings. At the moment, the way we're thinking is that these will happen twice a year, and hopefully what came out of Leeds in particular, the design days a few days ago, and it's something that we've been really dawning on us as well, that if you only focus on 2 meetings a year, actually what's going to change with the board? It's just twice a year. It's not real ongoing engagement. So a sort of emerging idea is the board members could and should be more active going over during the course of the year, having lots of different kinds of conversations. The meetings, as we're kind of imagining them at the moment, might be over 2 days. They might be quite big, so involving something like 250 people on issues that have been selected that come through the gather process. So a couple of issues we're thinking that together the citizens and the board members can really get to grips with, can really grapple with, can really go into in some detail. There's a real tension that we want you to think about this morning, actually, a bit later on, between accountability, being held to account, which is what this is about and what they've asked for, and having different kinds of dialogues, which are more conversational and less confrontational. So how you do that is something that we would like you to think about, help us together think about. Because this is about learning. It's meant to be a process where policy decisions are improved through citizen involvement and engagement. It's actually, in the light of the kind of deficit that we are all hearing will be kind of coming the way, or the cuts that will be coming the way of the NHS, kind of quite imperative that greater citizen voice is involved as a way of mobilising a better conversation about what the priorities are for the NHS and for us. Now, all of this, as the taxi driver told us on the way in this morning, he said, well, that all sounds very fine. He didn't get this long version. It was a very short cab ride, and we said, we're trying to engage the board of NHS England in better conversations with citizens. He said, well, that's all very well, but will the board actually listen? We had an excellent taxi driver, and yes. And that exactly is what we keep saying. It's all very well, but how do we not only get the board to listen, but these are kind of local issues that we're saying it's really important that local issues are dealt with locally, where they can be. So people need to be listening at all levels and acting at all levels. It's not only about the board, it's everywhere. So it's a culture change programme. A lot of this is about hearts and minds, changing ways people work, helping people to be less nervous about kind of interactions with citizens. And it's also about citizen engagement and responsibility, to be able to have those proper conversations in return. So it's about quality conversations and understanding engagement, and it's about being respectful of each other, to each other. And there it is, NHS Citizen. It would be very, very helpful to have your reflections, sort of quick reflections on that, but also a very quick reflection, or not so quick actually, on how I explained it and how we get people to understand it. Things that aren't clear, things that could be made clearer. We think we have a better way of representing it here, but we're also working on a different set of diagrams. So any thoughts that anyone has would be... Sorry.
Gordon Cairns, Special Issue Rower GCRG, Clinical Reference Group, just introduce myself
Yeah,
first.
no, do, please.
I find that sitting with 15 consultants on the clinical reference group, there's only 3 patient reps. I find that they can sometimes speak over you and not actually let you have your say on how things are done. In other times, it's all right. Now, we've got a picture on the wall, on the board at the moment, on the screen. That looks to me to be an ideal way of getting this out to people. People who might not know right from the beginning what's going on. Looks really good. I think it explains really well what goes on, what is going to go on. There's a question I've got is, when is this going to start? Because there are a couple of things that need flagging up at the moment. And I don't know, I've been on the Gather website, and I don't know if I'm allowed to start on that at the moment or not. Anyway.
Well, it's a very good question. It's all right, I can just speak.
Oh, right.
Right from now, during this period, now we have a kind of clearer idea of a kind of consensus about what it could and should be doing. Because some of it is technology-based and is online, and it's different, we are getting, and I would say Catherine is getting a bunch of technology people. This is really not my area. I hand over the mic. To design this platform that is going to do it, so I think you need to. And that we'll be testing that in July, so it really is happening soon. But do you want to speak a bit more about that bit?
Yeah, so we're sort of feeling that we've kind of got the overall shape of this about right, and now we're going to actually start to build some stuff. But we're actually not really going to build that much stuff. What we're doing is we're finding people who already have some of the bits we want to use, and we're going to be putting them together. And in Bristol, what we should be able to do is to show people the front door of this. So and the front door might be, so for instance, we're speaking to, the folks at Patient Opinion? So I'm hoping that one place that people might choose to connect would be through that, but it might be through Care Connect, or it might be that actually you just find it on social media, or it might be that one of the organisations that we've involved in the process would say, well, actually, if you want to give feedback, you can go here. So we're expecting to have a front door. Once you go into that front door, you should be able to just leave information, but ideally you'll create some kind of account, so you'll register in some kind of way. But when you register, that'll be your data will be yours, and you'll choose who you want to share it with. But the thing is, by doing that, is that we can always find you and your issue again. Yeah. So the idea is that once you do that, is that then we'll always be able to feed back. So the promise that we're trying to build into this is that no question goes ignored. Thanks. So that's the idea. Does that answer your question?
There is just... you have got a site already up, haven't you?
Yeah.
With Discover and Gather on it that I've been on. But you can't put anything on there yet.
Sorry. Yeah.
But there are places where you can go to put things on. On that site, there's
not
so
properly
at the moment,
yet, is it?
So the Gather site that was there at the moment was a test site that we used for the Expo event. So it's not real at the moment.
Oh,
it's
okay,
not,
then
yeah.
I will.
So and then we'll have a better one up in July.
Yes.
So, but we expect to be able to start to take content sort of in August. That's the ambition, because ideally, and this is I'm crossing my fingers in a kind of got to build a load of stuff. But assuming we get organised, then what will happen is that we'll do all of the prototyping, we'll show people stuff, get it tested in July, and then in August we'll be able to start taking content in preparation for the AGM in September.
But you say there's a place where you can put content now, do you? No,
not at the moment.
No, okay.
No, not at the moment.
Okay then. Thank you.
If there are, I've got one on. I have the power. If there are issues and live things that need feeding in to be dealt with, email me.
Yeah.
And we'll pick it up and try and pick things up as we go. So don't wait and park everything.
It's just my local area. It's podiatry.
Oh, let's talk at
Podiatry
lunchtime.
is a thing
It's
that's-
coming up all over the place,
Yeah.
podiatry, and children's orthotics particularly. Yes, so there's somebody on Twitter called Josh in Leeds, who's a paediatric consultant. He's something. If you're watching, Josh, sorry. But he's raising it. It's a very live issue. So let's talk over lunchtime.
Okay.
So that Olivia has been wishful tweeting by saying that everything would be live in June.
I got my months muddled.
Oh no, I think you're projecting.
Something to see in June.
Yes.
Yes. Bristol's June, isn't it?
July.
Oh, I've got my months wrong. Sorry.
Oh, but there was one more thing. There's a lot of people who can't get to these 2-day events. Single-day events is better for those type of people. 2-day events, it means you've got to either stay overnight or travel back and travel down again the next day. It is. I think it's too much 2-day events. Sorry.
But that, in a way, that's why we're trying mixing it up with 2 days, the kind of, that we know a big commitment for people. Olivia might tell me off, but sometimes there's a fund for helping people stay over, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I know it's
a
commitment
massive
away
commitment
from
for
home.
people.
But,
Yeah.
So the next 2-day event, Bristol, is actually we're going to organise it a little bit differently, and so actually it's going to run Thursday to Friday, but we're going to have an evening session on the Thursday evening, and also it's going to be designed so that it's much easier for people to just come for part of it. So while we'll be there for a couple of days, we would expect that somebody would be able to come for a day or for the evening and be able to get the full experience. That's the ambition. So we've heard that feedback, and we also very much heard the feedback about making sure we work in the evenings and make it easy for people as well. So we'll try that out in July, and if that works, then we'll take it from there.
Are there any other thoughts about the general system or how I managed to explain it? Can I ask whether you understood it? Yeah.
I understand it. I just can't quite see in a practical sense, which I know is very boring, but exactly how it'll work in a couple of ways, because we're talking here about conversations. So one of the things, when we talk about in our organisations about setting up things like Twitter or Facebook or things like that is making sure that we have the resources, because when we encourage all of our population to use those mechanisms to let us know, then it's incumbent upon us to be able to respond and to be able to respond very quickly. If this were to take off, and I hope it does, but you could have hundreds of thousands of people potentially landing things on Gather. And those people would expect a response. And you've said you committed to a response. And they would expect a response, a timely response. So I'm not quite sure how that would work. Also, I would imagine that you're going to get a massive mix of things on there. So you talked about when it gets up to the Assembly, what you really want to have conversations about at that level are strategic issues, policy issues, things that are not going to be resolved at a local level. But that's not what you're going to get in Gather. You're going to get a whole mix of things. You're going to get issues flagged up that maybe are a local level, but people feel either rightly or wrongly they haven't been able to resolve at a local level. So they're going to see this as a platform to escalate things. You're going to get issues flagged there where there's maybe not a clear responsibility necessarily at whatever level. So is it a commissioning issue? Is it a provider issue? Is it a health issue? Is it a social care issue? Is it something that falls in the middle? So if it were, as I say, if it were to take off, and I hope it does, you're going to get potentially hundreds of thousands of things being planted. You're going to get people who are expecting a response within whatever your promise is. Is that 24 hours? Is it a week? What's the turnaround time? And because it's a conversation, if the response is actually this isn't the appropriate forum for this, and this should be referred to your CCG, this should be referred to your trust, this should be referred to your area team, this is a local government matter, then that's not a conversation, because the person on the other end is going to think, well, I've already tried that, and that's why I've put it here. So I'm not trying to be negative, but just from a resource point of view of how you would manage that, and just a bit unclear, I suppose.
So I think they're all really valid points, and I think I go back to Camilla's description around actually this is a culture change programme, and it's a culture change programme as much for staff in the NHS as it is for citizens and how we engage in those conversations. So issues that are flagged or posted or raised, there's a question in my mind, is it about them getting a formal response in that technocratic kind of, you've raised this issue, this is our response, or is it about creating spaces where they can be a discursive dialogue, where people can talk together and refine and understand the evidence and contribute evidence and experience into that, so that they start to shape what those issues actually are? So all of those issues are really genuine, and there is a we had a conversation in Exeter about no wrong door and every issue answered, which made me shiver and feel slightly terrified for all of the reasons you've just described. But how can we get better at routing things in a way they don't get lost, so that it becomes a conversation, as opposed to you're in the wrong place, go talk to them over there? And stopping this is what happens in Leeds with the sort of the test board meeting, where everybody goes, this is the problem, and the board members sit there and go, and we're going to defend ourselves to the hilts, this is our response, this is what we're doing, we've got all the answers anyway, and you just end up in a them and us. So we have to be able to shift that, and this is a part of starting to shift that. I don't know if you want to add to that, Camilla.
Well, you get that.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
You look like you're going to ask a response. You keep the power. I think the other thing, because I think there's a as Olivia says, there's loads of really good, sort of good observations in what you're saying there. I think the first thing is to say that the point of the discover space, which is kind of like a discover is this outside space, is actually, that's much more about getting people talking to each other than it is about the NHS in any form getting involved. It's actually, while we would hope that we would be learning from that, and that you'd be keeping an eye, you'd be monitoring it in some kind of way, is that there wouldn't actually be overt promises around that you're going to interact there. So that's the first thing, and that's kind of like living in a big data kind of world. So it's a bit of a mind shift, but in the same way as that kind of like, if you think about the way that someone, someone like Amazon might use social media, and the way in which they know, they can track, we're talking about using that kind of like sort of data analytics, but only against people who've said they want to participate, so not just broadly. So that's the first point, is that not actually we're expecting to support a bigger conversation that everyone learns from, rather than we're expecting to answer everything. The other thing, I think, is another behaviour change point, which is that you've got two choices with those conversations. You either jump in and try and answer them, or, as Olivia says, you try and create the opportunity for people to find answers for themselves. Again, if you look in the commercial world, is that I think it's very interesting that a lot of people wouldn't phone the helpline for their Dell computer. They'd go onto a forum and find the other people who know what they're talking about. And it's that behaviour we're trying to move towards. So we see it happening in lots of other places, but so we're trying to make that kind of shift. I think the last thing is that it's only when you get in to gather is that you would expect actually to be attracting that this needs an answer. And that's the point at which you would hopefully be more actively involving staff. And by that point, we're talking about, one of the things we're going to talk about in Bristol is what are the support services that need to come behind this so that people are able to participate in that quite fully. So not to just dump people with a load of data and say, sort it out. So it's not, this will feel, if this isn't how you currently organise your life or run, work, this will feel a little bit alien. But actually, if you look 10 years in the future, which is kind of the time horizon we ought to be planning on, then this world where actually we're connecting people and we're learning from those relationships and we're able to bring people together much more dynamically, that's actually quite achievable.
No, I understand that, and I know that I wasn't expecting anybody would have to respond in the Discover, but equally I do think you could potentially get a lot of flags, or however you want to put it, planted in Gather. So I think that for me, one of the things around this is about managing expectations. So it's about managing people's expectations, particularly of that gather phase, and what they can expect in terms of by way of a response or what will happen. I mean, the Discover and the things like Dell Self-Help, moving towards self-care, self-help. It's the gather phase that, I'm just sort of thinking I'm not really sure how that will work. And I suppose the other thing there for me in terms of culture change is if there are issues that are flagged up or identified within Gather that are locality issues that could potentially be resolved at a lower level, either by commissioners, providers, whoever. There's a bigger cultural change there that I think is needed, because how can the NHS free up people who are employed by the NHS to answer those issues and resolve them locally, because there will be an organisational viewpoint, and individuals are not always going to be empowered to enter into an interactive discussion within Gather or Discover if that doesn't necessarily coincide with their organisational viewpoint or interest. So there may be things that could be resolved locally, but individuals who are employed by an organisation culturally, well, no, everything goes through our communications team, everything goes through our media team. If we're responding in a public forum, then we don't expect individual members of staff to do that, because it might not be in line with some other things that we're wanting to do. So I think there are also some wider cultural implications in terms of resolving at those levels.
I think you're absolutely right with absolutely everything you've said. And one of the big ambitions for this is to support change around all of those kinds of behaviours, and that's the kind of hidden ambition. This is now, of course, not hidden, but it is. And actually that's what the board really have got in mind. They want a bit of disruption, and actually, if it can disrupt, and by force of it being a kind of, you know, many citizens saying, actually, look, 100,000 flags are planted, is this not telling you something? Then so be it. And it will be very, I suspect, a bit messy and difficult if it takes off, as we hope it will, collectively, to begin with. But if it pushes something, because we know that we can't move around the whole of the NHS saying, it's coming, can we work in a different way, please? It's, you know,
as of a date. Yes.
As of, yeah, when it launches. Well, it actually has officially launched, but when the technology is there for the flags to be planted. So it's a big ambition. But all of those things and more that we've thought on, things like how do you make sure that some more powerful voices, powerful organisations don't capture the space to make it an issue that is bigger than the others. How do you hear little voices with very important issues that are of national importance, but there are not many of them and they have little voice, you know, it's all going to be tricky.
To do is to get out to talk to some local organisations about exactly all of those issues that you've raised, because what does happen, we just then lose trust and confidence that, well, so what, you know, we've raised all of this, we've said it, but then that's where we are at the moment, I think. So ever the optimist, the future's going to be fantastic, and if we can move the NHS into being an asset-based organisation that connects with its communities, that really understands the people it's there to serve and involves them genuinely in co-producing what those services look like and how they can be delivered, then I think we've got a chance of a future. Hooray.
Yeah, it is the ambition. It is.
It's going to be brilliant.
I don't think that we have no doubt about the fact that this is a really big, you know, it's a huge ambition. It's a huge ambition, all kinds of things. But to be honest, if we don't have a big ambition, we're not going to achieve something big, and we do need something big to change. So we're kind of like, we're a bit Pollyanna about the whole thing. Is that, you know, it's actually, you know, the whole Margaret Mead quote about never doubting that a small group of committed citizens can change the world. So, you know, nothing else ever has. So, and that's part of the point of the event here, is to test what we're thinking and to involve as many people as possible in building this. We could go on for ages. It's better you just wrestle the microphone.
That's okay. No, just a comment really. And I mean, I've not been involved in any of this before, and just coming along as an individual. What I find a little bit confusing is how this fits with other things that are already in place. So, you know, like the Health Watch, the Health and Wellbeing Boards, and I know you say it won't duplicate other structures, but I'm still not clear as to how it fits with other things and how you've progressed, you know, working with those other organisations to make sure it doesn't duplicate.
The Health Watch question is always a big question for us, and our answer to it, our genuine answer to it, is we want to work with the local health watches who have a slightly different remit, and for us it is about joining the voices. So we would see Health Watch and Patient Opinion, Patient Voice, all those other organisations, anybody who is active in this, being part of the broader system. The other thing to sort of emphasise is that we're not an organisation, and an NHS Citzien isn't an organisation, but there are lots of organisations that do stuff. So this is about being able to sort of, that's fine.
That's all right.
Being able
You'll have to start tweeting now, though. If your phone's coming on, you'll have to get you on Twitter.
Sorry.
So it is about sort of joining up the practice where it is, and it's back to your point about, you know, if you've already said something to somebody, you don't want to have to go off and do it again, which is why we see that particular role as the kind of connectors role into the system. If Health Watch or those other organisations do have a particular issue to flag in another way that can join up with other conversations nationally around similar kinds of issues, that's what we hope will happen.
Sorry.
Is that? That's all right.
So I mean, I think it is, and it should. I suppose it's about rethinking the way we all work together. So at local level, there are patient participation groups in GP practices, there's local health watch, there's health and wellbeing boards, there'll be a council for voluntary service, there'll be a volunteer centre. You know, Bradford's got something like, I think it was 30,000 odd voluntary and community groups and organisations that were doing stuff around health and care. How do they connect and join up, and how do you amplify those voices? So if that's going on in Bradford, and it's going on in Bristol, and it's going on in Birmingham, because I'm doing Bs now, actually how do they connect and be able to see, actually there is an issue about children's podiatry going on all over the place. Yeah. So how do we see that? How do we expose it? How do we collect the evidence together? So we can do that individually, and local health watches will do that, and will work with Health Watch England, and Health Watch England will raise issues as it can through its formal legal duties. But this is also about how do you connect people to find some local solutions as well. So it's not trying to replace any of that which is there and doing fantastic stuff. It ought to be a way of helping people connect better together and reach people that we're not reaching. You know, because local health watches, PPGs, they ain't reaching a whole load of people like street workers and homeless people, and different ones connect with different people, and we need to be greater than the sum of the parts.
There's a real kind of, it's a really, so this point about better collaboration is really, really interesting because we are, you know, one of the reasons we really like the fact that we're not an organisation, that we're actually 5 organisations working together in a very flat kind of way, is because actually this is about how do you find different ways of working together in shared spaces for us, rather than how do you create something new that replaces something old. But collaboration is really hard, particularly around sort of limited resources, because it feels like competition. You know, that moment where you say, yes, we're going to do something together, feels like a giving away of something of your own. So and this is maybe one of the behaviour change, the culture change things we need to talk about, is how do we make it easier for people to collaborate? Because at the moment, we're not making it very easy for people to do that. And as a result, I think that's part of the reason why, you know, people legitimately come and say, well, what are you, what are you trying to replace? What are you trying to... Actually, we are genuinely trying to come and collaborate, and we want to work with people, but that's not actually the way in which things operate a lot of the time now. So how do we change? How do we help that change?
And I think from a citizen's point of view, from my work, that people tend to think of the NHS as one organisation and a body, whereas actually it's not, is it?
Yeah.
So you have to make collaboration within the NHS. And I think from a citizen's point of view, you know, they think they're engaging with one body when actually they're not.
Which connects with that. I've said this before. This is my issue. I've said it to this NHS organisation. Why hasn't it been heard? Why am I having to repeat myself time and time again in order to be heard? So there's something in that which is how do we help the NHS as a whole hear those voices, particularly when they're really vulnerable voices, where it's been really difficult for somebody to raise an issue, and they raise it and they're brave enough to raise it, and then nothing happens and it's lost. And it's kind of, how do we move on from that and help the NHS become a listening and responding organisation that works in partnership with people?
Yeah. So what sort of buy-in have you got from individual NHS organisations so far to this?
So this is
Hard question.
where we are at the moment. This is about NHS England
Right.
as an organisation that employs 6,500 people. It's quite a lot of people. We're starting to get conversations happening with some provider organisations, and that's an interesting place to start. And we've got quite a few CCGs who are looking at how could they think about this as a system of organising their way of involving and working with people in their locality. So it's kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say we've got buy-in from whoever, but we've got a lot of interest, particularly from CCGs, but also a few provider trusts who are looking at, okay, so how do we do this? What does this mean to us?
And locally in this region, have you got?
I was
Liverpool,
tweeting
CCG?
Joe Rafferty, so if you're listening, Joe, who runs Merseycare, is it called?
Merseycare, and
Yeah.
it's a trust, yeah.
So he's on my list to go and harangue, actually, because he's a good guy.
But if you have people that you think we should and could be talking to, then let us know.
I just find it a bit confusing because I think, certainly Liverpool CCG has got, people working on community engagement.
Sure.
And
Sure.
I thought they might have been part of this, today.
Well, yeah.
If that's a difficult question, but
we would really love it if what's really interesting to me is that we get some people coming and other people don't. It's not actually just particular CCG. It's it's within NHS England actually that it's really difficult to get people to come, and that's the thing. That's what we're trying to solve, and that's what we're working on in other ways, kind of trying to be as open as possible, but contacting people in other ways. So because we know that this isn't going to work for everybody.
So there's two other sort of practical things which are kind of so we've been working on a network mapping tool. So it's a thing where you can say who you are, and then you can say who do you connect to in your region, or if it's across a specialism, if you like. And we're in July we'll be getting that out in the world. And what we're quite keen to do is to get people to map their local areas, because we think it's really interesting. Because when we've done it sort of manually, this is where you start to find the informal connectors, and you realise who are the individuals who just pop up absolutely everywhere. Where are the bits of the system which actually they don't seem as connected. So we'd be really keen to. We'll be in touch with everybody if you want to try it.
Will be part of the website?
Yeah. So we'll once that's ready to be kind of like to be sort of free in the world. It'll be in terms of kind of like it's still in test. We're just finishing testing it at the moment. Once it's out there, we'll be really keen to get areas to try mapping, to try the map.
We'd be very interested in that from Cheshire and Mersey SCN. We'd be very interested to,
That would be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate? Can you show the networky thing this afternoon? Maybe?
Yeah. I'll dig one out to show it to you. Because what we really find it kind of comes alive a little bit, because suddenly you can see, oh look, here are all the people talking about patient engagement, and then really all we're talking about is turning on the listening across that whole network. So that's one, and so we'll show you that later. The second thing is that the other place where we think we need to do, we've got some interest from a couple of local authorities as well, because obviously one of the boundaries of all of this is around social care and
public health.
And public health. So after September is that we would hope to do some really in-depth regional work in a couple of places where you actually involve outside. You work with those partners in a lot of detail as well. Because the idea that health and wellbeing doesn't stop at the boundaries of any particular system. It's a civic thing. Yeah, but I'll dig out the mapping stuff later.
The other thing about the kind of buy-in from other local organisations is that, and I think Olivia started sort of alluding to this, is that some places are already creating their own local assembly versions, and they're saying, we're doing this already locally, but actually, in fact, we've been talking particularly with Bradford and East of England, who have different models, but actually what we're hoping is that it fits really nicely, because then the local issues can be picked up locally in a system that is being designed locally. So there's actually a very nice flow through, so you can actually have a local assembly kind of system, as well as things possibly moving up to the national, to the board. So that's what we're hoping, is to build in on what also is going on locally in terms of kind of a local democratic sort of process around health.
We're kind of more and more just coming to the conclusion that it'd be a real failure if everybody thought that the assembly was where everything got sorted out.
Yeah.
Actually, everything gets sorted out everywhere else. It should be exceptional things that go to the assembly. And in a really ideal world, the assembly's talking about stuff which is long-term strategic planning and some of the kind of like the real wicked issue stuff. Actually, if the system's working better, problems get solved, at different places. So the more effectively we can get that gather process working with the other bits, the better.
Can you not get into the Foundation Trust membership lists? And, with some foundation trusts with 700, 800 thousands of of members, and with CCGs with memberships as well, and patient participation groups beyond the CCGs, right down to the surgery level. But like we got 20 in our patient participation group, and that's only one surgery out of 37 surgeries in our CCG. So, you know, it's places where you can
find people.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Foundation Trust members are possibly the most underutilised asset the NHS has. So people were motivated to sign up to become a member when their trust needed them to get foundation status, and then you see very little then other than a newsletter once a year and an invite to the annual open day or AGM. Yeah, totally agree.
I'd just like to have more information about who might form the Assembly.
That's like our favourite question.
This is something that we're working on. I'm not struggling is the wrong word, but
we're grappling.
That's the word. Grappling with, because is it citizens? Is it representative organisations? How are they selected? These are all they're the three kind of key issues. Is it so that within the selection, is it randomly selected? Is it people who haven't knowledge about a particular issue? All of these questions are up for grabs at the moment, and we're working. Well, our colleagues from Involve have kind of got that bit as their job, and I know that they're working on the different ideas of it, because when we've done the test sites, we've just had the people in the room, and it's been the issue of the room on the day, so we haven't actually had to face that. We do have to face it, because at the AGM, the NHS England Board AGM in September, I can't remember the date, Olivia, is it the 17th? Something like.
I'll look it
We're
up.
going to have one of these things. Wait, I thought you were going to offer us some gems of ideas, and it's how I did it earlier.
Can I just follow on from that? Because
Sure.
just whether there's any, well, I think there's potential for confusion just because use of some terminology, but also whether there's any room for correlation. Is that what sits alongside strategic clinical networks throughout the country are senates.
Yes.
Yeah.
And senates have assemblies.
Yes.
And those assemblies are comprised of providers, commissioners, but also patient, public and carer representatives. So, and they're all at different stages of development. You know, there's 12 in the country. But just to flag up, there's potential for some confusion in terms of a Senate, or an assembly for this, and an assembly for the 12 senates in England. But also, I just wonder whether in developing there's any room for working with those assemblies.
So those conversations are already happening. So the East of England and West Midlands particularly, and there's an emergent citizens assembly, senate, whatever we call it, in the southwest that's emerging. They're all very different.
And the Bradford one?
Bradford CCG.
Is that different again?
Yeah. So, and again, how we end up with people coming to the assembly needs to be a question that they're all connected to. But I suppose they're networks of people who are connected into the system in the same way local health watches are connected and others. So how do we help all of those different networks gather in a way that is useful and productive? And, you know, you've got to come up with the answers. If you come to one of these workshops, you've got to help feed in. Actually, we think the structure of the assembly should be this, because then Simon will be a happy man.
And the next one of these we're having, which is on the 19th of June, is in Cambridge, and it's actually going to be, it's basically being co-delivered with the East of England Senate. So they're we're working really actively with them to try and figure those kind of questions out. Yeah. So, and as Olivia says, this kind of like we make you work thing is that this point about who's going to be at the assembly is like, it's massive, and really you've got, there's all kinds of kind of like lovely theoretical models sitting around that. But really, you've got a choice, which is, do you pick people on the basis of their qualities, and with that, then you have to say what are special qualities, or do you go completely random, which is something I like. It's called sortition, which I love the idea of sortition, which is basically what we do with juries. Jury selection is completely random. So there's lots of different things that sit between those two continuums. I'd be quite interested, as would Simon, who's literally tearing his hair out trying to figure out what's the best thing to do for the next test, is that do people have a view about which end of that spectrum you prefer? I'm going to bring it back, and then we'll bring it to you guys. Or do you want longer to think?
Well, I would have preferred longer to think, but
we won't hold you to this answer.
But I think maybe, having representation from different regions would be helpful. So then you got the whole country covered.
Yeah.
And maybe representatives of organisations who can represent a wider field of people. Talking maybe the bigger charities, perhaps. But I'll give it some more thought and get back to you, if that's helpful.
Do. The regional idea was something that Catherine and I were talking about the other day, actually, as well, because of this danger that people focus on the assembly, and it's kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve. It's kind of saying the most important people are talking to other people, whereas in fact, because we want to kind of achieve this kind of the most important conversations are the ones that happen at local level, because that's where we want to sort things out. We don't want things to have to go up to the assembly. Is that actually maybe we should actually have regional assembly meetings and not have one, maybe you keep it as local as possible. I know, he hasn't heard us say this out loud.
Yeah. Can I just say that I think, I'm looking back at the map on the picture on the board. Yeah. I think people who have been through the Discover flagged up in the gather, and it's been that important that it has to go through to the assembly meeting. Those people should be involved, and that's because they can put their point in person to the board. Yeah. They should be the first people to be put on the list. Then just pick at random, or half at random and half of people from organisations. I'm not very.
Yeah, a selection though that you're saying. But the key first people are the ones who flagged the issue in the first place. Yeah.
Cool. Can I throw one in from Twitter? So somebody has SJ O'Neill has made a suggestion about that part of the issue is that the word citizen is rarely used in NHS patient public involvement type spaces. So being able to connect people with issues and getting the Health and Wellbeing Board buy-in and local government buy-in, we separate it out because the NHS focuses on patients and the public. And mostly current service users, so people work within the NHS already, and we need to get a bit more future focused into that. So I just think it's a really interesting point in terms of who are we talking about, and who do we then bring into those conversations.
Because speaking personally, because I find the language of patient quite excluding, actually. If I'm not actually sick at the time, I don't feel like a patient, and yet I feel like I want to be able to participate in this conversation. And we kind of lock it down a lot to that, don't we? Yeah. And this is where, and I think the other thing from SJ O'Neill, was the point about kind of like health and wellbeing boards, and where that blend into public health and social care is where actually that's where the language naturally shifts away from patient into other stuff. So situating more stuff there might be really interesting. We're getting nodding in the room. I hope that's coming across on camera. Yeah, nodding. Yeah. Thank you.
I want to offer you some other ideas to think about.
Do you want to offer a cup of tea?
Oh, shall we have a little cup of tea? Because we have a coffee break.
Do you want a cup of tea?
We haven't scheduled one in, but as we're such a small group, we can just do it quickly.
Do you want to take two seconds, grab a cup of tea, come back? Do you promise to stay?
Yeah.
All right, okay, everybody on Twitter.
I'll guard the door.
Okay, yeah, you stand by
I'll
the...
guard the
Okay,
door
everyone
so
on
no
Twitter,
one
go and
can
put the kettle on now, everyone online, and we will be back in well, we're not going anywhere. Keep streaming. You can watch it, it's getting a cup of tea. It's going to be
All
fascinating.
the excitement.
Actually, yeah, we want to watch the kettle boiling. All right, back in a second.
Catherine, do you want coffee?
So, folks, so we're going to reconvene. We'll just lure Olivia back in again.
I'm just getting more coffee.
She's just getting more coffee, which you could probably hear on the webcast as she's mic'd up. Now, where did there's the other microphone. Okay, so I'm now mic'd up, which means that you've got a microphone per table, which just means, just remember to grab it when you want to talk, but it means that we're less in control. You can just grab it and be heard by the world. And the world currently constitutes about 300 people online. So doesn't that feel a bit, and yeah, I know, but tell me, could you just tell us how that feels to be quite a small group, but to know that there's quite a big audience out there? How does it feel? Oh, use the microphone, because they want to hear you.
I don't have any problems with that, but I do. When you said 300, I did feel a bit, oh dear.
No, it does. And so for the assembly meetings, for example, we would expect there to be a bigger number of people watching, so there'd be the people present in the room. I'm right, aren't I?
Yes. Yeah.
And then the people outside, so it's a way of including other people. It's interesting, though, because it made me kind of hold the top.
So for those of the people who are watching, do feel free to ask the questions, and we will make sure we bring them into the room. So just, feel free to, let us know what you want to talk about. Good.
Okay, this next bit, I haven't put it up yet. I'm quite interested in the language that we use and how it kind of shapes our behaviours and what we do and the kind of culture that we create. So I kind of I had to rein myself back from looking at too many different definitions of different words. But I thought what we could do is just look at some of the ideas around all of this and then maybe talk about how we behave as citizens and as professionals in relation to some of these ideas that we have encapsulated in NHS Citzien. And one of the big words that we use, this is co-production. This process of working together, for us, as I said before, and we all adhere to, is an important process of co-production. This is not 5 organisations going behind closed doors, working out something and then presenting it for a kind of consultation, but it's around kind of building it together. But there are different definitions. The New Economics Foundation, I don't know if you know, that they do lots of work on co-production, and they say it's the means of delivering public services. So they're about sort of thinking about the delivery of them in an equal and reciprocal relationship between professionals, people using services, families and their neighbours. So, and it is about, I think there probably is an extension into the planning and so on. Oops, turn my phone down. But yeah, there's a delivery aspect. Another one from an organisation called Governance International, who do a lot of work at local levels about co-production, talks about the public sector and citizens making better use of each other's assets and resources to achieve better outcomes and improved efficiency. I quite like that thing, although it's a bit jargony. It's about using people as assets. And I think one of the messages we've had from the board is that in cash-strapped times, it's understandably really important to involve people, include people in decision-making. People are assets. You get better decisions made, and the resources, actually, in times of scarce resources are used better. And I think, Olivia, you were using the example, was it you the other day, about when patients use have their own morphine, or did I come up with that one?
No, I wouldn't
What's
say
your
anything
one?
that
In hospitals, when people self-medicate with their own morphine, they use much less. So it's about involving people in their own decisions about pain in that respect. But there are lots of other bigger examples of where money is saved by using people as assets. It comes down to it.
Can I just look like the using people as assets is quite,
well, all right, poor language.
Treating, allowing people to be assets.
Recognising the assets that people have in themselves, their own experience, their own skills that we just don't use, that they're not allowed to use because we do it to them.
Yeah. Our kind of mantra is to change this from, if we can, I do this to you, for we do this together, kind of idea. One of the people at Involve has just recently been doing some work on this as well, because we're trying to think about the sort of best use of language and what we're encouraging, hopefully encouraging. And Sonia was writing that co-production of services entails both the co-design or co-delivery of services, co-design and co-delivery of services, or co-delivery of professionally designed services. So it's a lot around delivery, but it should involve both professionals and service users and rely on public resources. So really, part of the intention in our minds is not only to have this as a co-produced kind of NHS Citzien as something that's being co-produced, but also to encourage co-production at local levels where we can. That's not really in our gift, but that's where we're coming from on this. What we really would like to think about is how that might work with the Assembly, and that's something that we can think about together shortly, because we're not sure how that we want to do. Can you co-produce policies and strategic decisions, and how do you do that? It's quite a big question. So that was just some of the definitions on that. As I was kind of working through all the kind of literature on this, I realised just how many terms are used when you talk about co-production. So I just thought I'd put some up, because they all mean something slightly different, and I don't think I need to kind of go through them, but it's the idea that people hold different things in their minds. We talk about this something, but we're holding different ideas in our minds, and we probably ought to collectively be a bit clearer about what we're doing. So there is something about planning and designing that you do together, and prioritisation, and that might be the conversation with the board, financing, managing delivery, assessing, so you have evaluation aspects in services that you could do together using, not using people as assets. I've got to get rid of that language, haven't I?
I didn't mean to.
No, I think you're completely right. That well, the thing is, it's to not say asset-based, because asset-based is also rather impersonal and horrible. And there's an issue about governance as well. So all of these bits are subsumed or included somewhere in ideas about co-production that I just thought were worth kind of flagging, because this is where we're coming from.
And it's kind of fair enough to say, I mean, the underlying is about power and the fact it's doing stuff with people, not doing stuff to people. And I think that one of the things we're quite interested in is the way in which, once you start using the technical language of saying co-production rather than we want to do this with you, not to you, is that actually it changes the conversation a little bit. But in order to make it work within the system, co-production is the right term. So it's just making sure that we're different language. Chip in. No.
I was just thinking, if we need to have definitions, should we be using those words? Because I'm just aware that words can be barriers to people.
Absolutely.
And if we can't keep it simple, we're just putting up barriers again for people who are, usually hard to reach kind of people. So it's just a thought, really.
No, I think it's it is the right, in my mind, thought, because we use too easily, and probably as professionals together might say, well, we all know what we mean, but actually it's about working with people. And that's an important point for us to remember in all our documentation and all the language that we use. So I just thought, have that one. No, it's good. Have that one in mind, and then I kind of really got into this language thing. I go, what do we mean by all of these terms? So
yeah, we're lucky we got her out the dictionary. Actually, she could have been there all day.
But I thought there were some really interesting things that actually, as we work, if this is a culture shift programme, if this is about system change, how important it is to use the right words, and how in our mind some things are different. So collaboration, which is what we've been talking about, we need to collaborate. For most people, most of the time, it's about the action of working with somebody to produce something, so something different. But there is also this idea about a traitorous cooperation with an enemy. And I think that we have to remember that, actually, that sometimes, for some people, working in the way, trying to change, create system change, some people will be thinking you're working with the enemy. You shouldn't be talking to those people. It's the wrong thing to do. You're getting into bed with the enemy. How are you ever going to change it? You shouldn't be. And that's really important. So how do you have conversations, which is what we're trying to say? How do you have a proper dialogue when actually you might have that in your mind as well? You shouldn't really be talking to these people because, you may be considered by your neighbours or the other people from your group as talking to the wrong people. So I just thought that was, as I worked through, was really kind of interesting. Yeah, do.
I've had that problem recently. I'm vice chair of Cheshire Western Chester Health Watch, and I wonder if I'm talking, if talking at these kinds of meetings I'm working on one side for the patients, and on the other side I'm working with NHS England, and the CRG group that I'm on as well is working with NHS England, and it's often worried me, but not to the extent that I'll give up either of them.
Yeah.
But it is a worrying thing.
Yeah, it's a path to tread carefully, isn't it? Sometimes, and I think we don't always pay enough attention to that, and that's something that in NHS and we might have to be facing. We are facing. We know we're facing. Yeah. So the other one that I thought was really interesting as I went through was consultation, because so much of the language of participation and involvement and engagement is couched in, for some, the language of consultation. And we worked with some of the senior leadership earlier on in the year in NHS England, who were sort of exasperatedly telling us, and consultation is only number 5 on the whole process of introducing a new service change or whatever it was. That's not great. But then, so we were thinking, well, what does consultation mean? We know that there are always problems. Actually, you're just telling us this thing in order to make the change anyway, and you're politely just letting us know. But I thought what was really interesting, if we're talking in a medical sense, we're talking about NHS and the NHS in particular, that on the one hand, it's about the process of formally consulting, which is taking into account and considering. But on the other hand, there's the idea in the mind that actually, this is another of the definitions in the dictionary, it's a meeting with an expert, and in this case, such as was the first example, a medical doctor in order to seek advice. And I think, again, it reinforces the behaviours around the fact that I do this to you. You've come to me because I am the expert. And that's in the mind. And if it's in the mind, it's something that is going to be quite difficult to shift. And again, in a minute, if we can talk about how can we actually help to, make that shift.
It's really interesting. Both of those really struck me. The collaboration, that sense of collaboration, and also that sense that actually that, I was saying, collaboration is really difficult. That kind of like trait is cooperation with the enemy. That I just thought that really nailed it. And then the consultation thing, which is about that power, because I find consultation very disempowering. So I work a lot with local government, and often consultation is the way in which you manage the message, rather than consultation being the way in which you genuinely gain insight. And I just thought it was really useful actually just putting up those terms. It's fun.
I had to stop.
Public as being policymakers meeting with experts.
Yes.
So we turn it around. So we use that second definition of being actually we're going out to meet with the experts because they're people who are experts in their own health and in their own communities and their own families and their own lives, and genuinely consulting them on what the right option should be.
More of that from you. Okay, my last definition. I did have to stop. I was going to do participation. I was going to the various P's, but I stopped myself. But this one, especially, well, at all levels, but I think it's the one that we grapple with most when we think about the meeting with the Assembly, with the NHS England board members. But I think it will be pertinent and relevant at all levels, is what does accountability mean? The first definition was about being required or expected to justify, and I think that's the kind of really interesting word there, actions or decisions. That's the role of part of the board, that you're there to justify. But equally, it's about being accountable. Being accountable is about being able to be explained or understood. And that's where I think the conversation, the dialogue bit comes in. And then there was another definition that I found in a actually it was from, I can't remember, some website, but I thought it was interesting. It was the obligation of I think this was the business, actually, it was the business definition of an individual or organisation to account for its activities, accept responsibility for them, and to disclose results in a transparent manner. And I just thought actually that's also really pertinent and relevant to the kind of conversations that we're having. So I just thought that was really interesting around the behaviour. Today it's kind of, and the bit that I'm focusing on, and we're kind of leading different streams of the work, although we kind of cut across each other's, is thinking about this culture change aspect and the behaviours aspect. So I just thought that maybe we could have a discussion, and we can decide whether or not to have it together, or whether you just want to talk amongst yourselves for a bit, and then we'll come back to talk. Oh, I've lost my questions. Oh, that's very annoying. Hang on, unless at the end. This is our old diagram, the one we don't speak to anymore.
We don't like that anymore.
It's a bullseye. I've lost the questions on the thing. But I've written them down here.
Do you want me to go and find them on the piece? I'm sure they're online. They're online.
Are they? Well, why is that then? Is it a different?
That means it must be all safe.
Yeah.
Oh, but not so. Well, I'll read them out anyway while we're managing the technology.
This is quite an unusual reverse of who's got the information.
Yeah.
They managed to get it out online, but not managed to get it.
Yeah.
If you're online, you can have it. If you're in the room, sorry.
Yeah.
That does give the online people the head start in answering the questions, of course. So start tweeting in the answers.
But it's not really about answers, because it's, well, I hope it may be about answers. So really, it's a kind of continuation of what we've been talking about. So as a citizen, how would you go about interacting in NHS Citzien or in your daily life with NHS England or NHS Citzien? And as a professional, how could you interact with NHS Citzien? And how to engage with the board, with bearing in mind that kind of really difficult thing about the accountability issue, that people are there to justify and also account for and be able to be made to be understood. So how do we engage in meaningful conversations? Is that All right. Yeah, we've got them up now. They were saved onto different versions. Do you want to just talk on the tables and we'll kind of join a bit? Yeah. How would that work with the streaming?
I think what we need to do is we need to, if we could have it, Pete, can you, if we move the conversation, so if we join you for a little bit and the online folks can listen to you, and then we'll join you for a bit, because we can't listen, the poor folks at home can't listen to both of you at the same time. Is that okay?
So shall I sit on one table and you, or do you want to? Oh,
yeah. So if
are
we
you suggesting
make this all
one
about the
conversation
audio
at a time?
No, you guys, everyone chats.
Okay. Yeah.
Everyone chats. It's just the webcast will listen to these guys for now, and then we'll move to listen to these guys. Is that? Or is everyone happy with that? Do you feel intruded on in any way? Brilliant. So if I turn off.
Citizen. No, you interact with NHS.
Well, or I possibly should have put NHS Citzien actually. Oops.
I always do it online.
Some of that might be lost in transit. The context. Yes. The questions have gone back.
I'm not on to it.
How well people who are not online?
That's a good question because most of the people that are we didn't have the other illiterate, so they cannot manage the computer, they have no idea what Twitter is, they have no Facebook, they have no, so it's quite difficult to engage them, they couldn't understand, so I think it's very hard for a person with 60 years old start learning how to manage the computer, especially in a digital way, so it might be very frustrating and they might feel very excluded and marginalized.
Take into account poverty.
Exactly.
If you haven't got any, or not much money, you know, a computer is way off, isn't it? It's food on the table.
Sometimes they find it even very difficult to make an appointment online because they can't access, they don't have a computer, and even if they go to a place to use a computer, they don't know how to use it. And it's very frustrating for them.
And actually, if you are from a disadvantaged community, for example, even if we brought that technology into the community to make it accessible, would you necessarily feel empowered enough to want to share your concerns, experiences, whatever they might be?
It might be very intimate sometimes, very personal issues that people might not feel comfortable sharing with people that they don't know.
Yes.
Might be an issue.
And also, if their first language isn't English, it's all geared towards English, isn't it?
Yes.
That's excluding minority groups.
40 years
I suppose the differentiation is something of advocacy.
People 40 years
Having advocates for different sections of the community,
the patient participation
both in terms of people who are not online or people who come from deprived communities or
minorities or she was mentioning the voluntary organizations and they sometimes this kind of job that they go get in touch, go to the people's houses and connect them or to get things or try to help them to enhance their knowledge about whatever. So working within organization or to voluntary organizations.
Outreach workers employed as well, aren't there? But, you know, Liverpool, I know there's outreach workers who go into the Asian communities, perhaps be advocates.
of the PPG. So
And then
it's
people
really
themselves, because I was listening to this
a lot of
yesterday,
face-to-face.
and he was mentioning the NHS Trust membership.
The
There's a panel where you can, like a patient or like a not patient that is going to the doctor. It can be you can be informed of everything that's happening. So I remember I was assisting one of them that was calling time to talk, time to listen. People were, but it's only once a year happened, and afterwards, like people with chronic conditions, they were coming.
So I am going to try and get you to speak into the microphone so that we've just been listening and we can hear kind of this hum of conversation. We can't pick up what people are actually saying, and we're getting quite a good conversation happening on Twitter at the same time. So people are listening. Not that that should put you off, not that this is like Big Brother or anything else like that. But if we can speak into the microphones just so we pick the conversation up more, but we don't want it to stop your conversation.
Okay, just to be something
Yeah.
on the cover. Okay.
If it's too weird, we'll stop and we'll...
No, it wasn't weird. We were just talking about the concept of being a citizen and patient, because I was listening to the mister at the other table saying about the NHS Foundation Trust membership, and most of the times the membership are patients with chronic conditions that they are depending on medical services, so they are constantly going to the doctor. And I was invited to the annual membership of the NHS Foundation Trust meeting, and most of the people were with chronic condition, like they were constantly going to the doctor, and were very, very useful those meetings, because people with sharing the same conditions, they were discussing their problems and how they would get in touch with the consultants to have a better service, and to be better listened and to improve their life condition. But the thing is, they were only patients. They were normal people that go from time to time, and they weren't ill at that moment. So I think it's a little bit of education, and rather than prevent. So it's not only a patient going to the doctor just to ask, they also have to give at the same time. If they don't share their opinion, professional, they cannot know what they really want. So we're talking about that.
You were making a point about panels when context, the importance of context, whether that would get lost in something like this.
Yes, in terms of being able, there's something about being able to have that face-to-face exploratory conversation, and I do just worry sometimes that technology might just lose a little bit of that. I think also as well, I just wasn't quite sure about, in terms of understanding the priorities at that assembly level, and you talked about managing expectation. You know, if somebody does feel empowered enough to want to share their issue, their concern, their experience, maybe they are going to expect that that's taken to a high level, particularly with somebody with complex needs, and with a number of organisations involved with their package of care, for example. So I think, again, it's how to promote this and promote people to have the confidence to want to share, and if they do share, that something is going to be done about it. And also as well, we were saying that, if you are part of a more disadvantaged community and you don't have the access to technology, then I understand it's about utilising the networks out there to be able to provide accessibility to the means, the communication channels for them to voice their issues. However, if you are a member of a more disadvantaged community, are you less likely to want to share your experience? And actually that's probably where the richest experiences are. So I think there's something about sort of working with local authority here and really, trying to get the systems to work together in the community.
And a lot of that for me goes to how we connect with the connectors. So if we've got tiny, so Gypsy and Traveller organisations, for example, there's Leeds Gypsy and Traveller Exchange, it's Friends, Families and Traveller in Brighton, there's a Derby one. they exist and they're of those communities. And if they exist, how do we connect with them so that those voices can be heard? Because they've shared them in their own safe space. But how then does that come into this bigger conversation in a way that it's not dismissed by some of the more vocal voices?
Can I just ask how this connects into the NHS Youth
The Youth Forum.
Forum, and whether is the Youth Forum kind of going to link into this? Is it a subset of this? And then how do we make sure that issues for children and young people are represented at that assembly level, and that they have their voices heard in this arena as well as in their specific youth forum?
So it's absolutely the right question, and so we launched the NHS Youth Forum at Expo. It's fantastic. There are 20 unbelievably motivated people, but there are only 20. And so how do they connect out with other children and young people's organisations? And I suppose is part of their role making sure that within NHS Citzien, as a way of working, children and young people's voices and views are heard. It was a challenge that we were made at the AGM last year. Of you looked around the room and kind of there was one or two young people there. Thank you. There was one or two young people there, but not very many. But then do children and young people want to come and have conversations in those spaces? Or do they want to have conversations, it's the same issue as seldom heard or more vulnerable groups? Do they want to have their conversations in their spaces but have them heard?
I think that's a good point, and I think for me there's an issue also here, particularly thinking about the face-to-face bit of the assembly, is what support, stroke training, that might not be the right word, do we offer to people who put themselves forward either continuously or as a one-off, in terms of participating in the NHS assembly, and how does that support get provided? And that's more difficult if the NHS assembly is going to be comprised of different people every time. So if it's going to be, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be, comprised of the people who've put forward the issues through Gather, the next time the assembly meets, it's going to be different people. So how is support provided to those people who are participating?
So I'll throw it straight back to you. So if within the clinical networks, and we're looking to get people participating, how do we provide that support? So there's support, and we're doing there's a parallel piece of work that my team's developing around the Participation Academy that we included in the guidance that we published last September, which is how do you make sure that there is the right support, training, development and opportunities available for people who want to participate and contribute, and for staff. The culture change piece as well. How do I engage in a different conversation with people? Without it being a single national model. So local health watchers are developing their own stuff, and local authorities often have training opportunities. Many charities have opportunities. There's things like Altogether Better, training community health champions, and it's different things for different people, isn't it? So it's kind of, there is NHS England should really only do what only we can do.
But there might be different people.
Yeah.
Sorry, there might be different people. So the people, theoretically, who get involved in the NHS assembly might not be people who are involved and engaged and have received training or support in any of those other forums. If they have, that's a different thing. But there might not be.
That's really, really valuable. There's something about then, if somebody's flagging an issue in Gather, how do we then support them to connect with others who can support them, or training
at a local level?
Yeah. or of interest, if it's a thing of interest across the country, connecting like minds and stuff like that. Yeah.
Because in a sense, you then promoting or supporting a sort of wider, I don't know, community citizenship role for them, which might extend, in a lot of cases may well extend to outside of the NHS. Particularly because of the crossover with local government.
We're currently developing our People's Voice database, and we're planning to have an information event in June, inviting people who have registered with us. And what we plan to do is to ask them what support they would like and how we can help them to make sure their involvement is, I can't think of the word, but so that they tell us what they want rather than we dictate to them what we think they should have, if that makes any sense. Because sometimes we're very good at, thinking about what people need, but actually it isn't what they need at all, and it's something completely different. So I think we need to ask people what they want rather than assume.
Totally agree. Totally agree. We've strayed off the questions, but that's okay. Why would we stick to the questions? I mean, they're so restrictive in terms of keeping us bound by things. But I'm quite interested, and I suppose not to pick on you, Bernadette, but I suppose from people who work within the NHS, as a professional, how might you see your interactions with this? Actually, Gloria, you're NHS as well. Where did you come from, sorry?
Greater Manchester, CSU.
Oh, it's okay, so we've got an NHS table.
I'm mental health helpline.
Yep. Okay, so you're all NHS professionals. So let's dig into that a little bit in terms of what you think that might mean for you.
I think from the network's point of view, we would definitely be scanning scanning and participating in the discussions at the Discover stage, both to see if we can pick up any issues that we weren't aware of, inform people who are identifying issues, perhaps of work that's going on or ways in which they could get involved at a locality basis to try and resolve those issues, make connections with people. So I think we would be we'll be very interested in all of that in the discovery stage. And similarly, where items were being brought forward and flagged in the gather, we would be scanning those in terms of our work programmes, our priorities, to see if there are issues that we can pick up that are being identified, if there are issues that should be picked up, are the things that we should be talking to our commissioners and providers, our clinical leads about. But also because the SCNs are nationally established and there are 12 that cover the country, there may also be issues that we want to discuss with colleagues in other SCNs where we can see a pattern emerging and also flag up with our national clinical directors. So I think we would definitely be using it in a two-way sense, interactively, both to get involved in discussions, advise and inform, and also, as ways of assisting with our role in terms of quality improvement and improving outcomes. The other way that we might use it is if we wanted to do any kind of open consultation on an issue that we were thinking about or concerned with. If we wanted to gather people's views in a general way on a particular issue, I could see that we would maybe use something within Discover and ask people to comment or respond or get involved in that sense.
We're actually really keen to have patient care and public involvement within our strategic clinical network, hence our people's voice. And we want to sort of foster working in partnership with people rather than have a them and us sort of organisation. And my background has been with patient and public involvement for about 12 years, so it's my mission really. So I'm really keen to get further involved and look for opportunities for them and for us.
So given you've been involved for so long, what do you think about this thing around the language of citizen versus is the wrong word, but citizen or patient, citizen and the patient and public piece?
Well, for us, we had a bit of a competition before we set up our People's Voice database as to what we should call it. And I actually said People's Voice because we're all people. We might be patients at some time, we might be carers at some time, but basically we're people. So we didn't go for the citizen, I'm afraid.
I quite like citizen, personally, a citizen or person. My background's local government, so I'm used to people being referred to as citizens rather than patients. But I think the problem with patient is it can exclude people, and also in terms of, again, just thinking about our networks, in networks there's a tradition of referring to patient involvement, but one of the new groupings for networks nationally is maternity, children and young people. And, you know, even in the maternity grouping, what we're finding is that people do not like being referred to in that grouping as patients. Maternity is not an illness. You know, and similarly with children and young people, they're a population group. So I think for me, it's really important in the NHS to get away from the idea of describing people as patients. Because even where they're concerned with the NHS directly, as in pregnancy, it's not an illness. They're not. People don't see themselves as patients.
Completely agree. So from a CSU point of view then, so you're providing support to CCGs with a whole variety of kind of, I suppose, process stuff, but also you've got, I'm trying to think, I don't know all the CSUs individually, but you've got a whole load of stuff around supporting CCGs with their involvement as well.
Yes, we have a comms and engagement function within the organisation. I'm personally involved with patient experience and currently looking at how we can explore and develop opportunities to bring together the pockets of patient experience to provide us a bigger picture. Using the word collaboration, we kind of like the feel of that, to say, you know, let's work together on something, let's understand you know, a broader picture to help inform commissioning intentions and also to help improve service delivery or outcomes. So I think my initial thoughts around NHS Citzien is that there's definitely opportunity there for patient experience to be explored as a means of it being captured and engaging in conversation with individuals is how we explore experience. I don't believe that often surveys give us exactly what we need to know. You know, they're a good starting point, but I think there's a lot more to build on, just using survey as an example. So, yes, I think as a platform to begin to improve outcomes, there's definitely an opportunity to be had. I know Bernadette raised earlier on, though, I think I have the same sort of challenge in my mind as to actually wondering how it's going to happen in practice, how that information can be used and quantified in a manageable way, because you're going to have such a vast intelligence bank of knowledge and insight.
It is quite mind-blowing.
Yeah.
The way you described it earlier, you were like, yeah, that's true. It's quite scary.
Yeah. And kind of drilling down on that, not just into sort of the local levels and the different organisations to where it matters for that accountability to take place, but also, again, determining how the bigger issues, for the bigger discussions are going to be drawn out of it. Is just where I'm at the minute. I haven't quite grasped that.
And actually, Catherine's the one to talk to about the sort of the big data stuff, but how do we understand the volume? Catherine's classic quote a while ago was, the internet is very big. It is true. It's very big. So how do we, and there's all the sort of the backroom tech that helps you surface what's actually being said. So we've got this kind of weird listening software that they've been trying to use in NHS England. So how do you listen to all of these different things that are happening in a virtual way and then make sense? And then if we can hear them and see them, actually then how do we act on them is the bigger question. So if we're seeing that podiatry and orthotic services is surfacing as an issue all over the country, it's surfacing in little pockets here and there. How do you amplify that up? And then how do you do something with that?
And who decides? So I was just wondering, on the third question is how can we engage with the board in meaningful conversations? But who decides a step back what those meaningful conversations should be about? Because you might just get one or two big issues, but I think particularly at the start of this, you're more likely to get a number of big issues that are surfacing in different parts of the country or with different groups. And obviously they can't all be tackled by the board in any one go. So where's the filter? Who decides what the priorities are and which gets attention and first? And is that determined in a transparent way? Because otherwise you just get back into the circular conversation of, have they picked those topics because they are easy? Because they won't be, but are they easy? Are they the less contentious?
They're the ones we know we've got the answers
topics
to.
Are the ones, So yes, how do we engage in a meaningful way? But who decides what the topics are? I think it would be interesting for people as well.
I mean, I think that's part of the design of the gather space that Anthony from the Democratic Society is looking at. So how do you amplify? So is it about, I suppose, a popularity vote? So this one got the most votes from people online. But then if it's something that's a real sticky issue around rare condition, it might not get the volume. So, and I think there's something about the value base that we apply to that. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're Diabetes UK and you've posted an issue and you then mobilise your thousands and thousands of activists, is that your route to getting it heard? And if you're, I keep using Leedsgate, but Leedsgate, who are a tiny gypsy and traveller organisation, and actually gypsies and travellers aren't that sexy, or they're a bit stigmatised and people don't like talking about them and they cause all sorts of issues when you open up debates locally. Do they just get marginalised further because the loud voices are dominated? So Anthony, if you're listening, you can tweet me some responses to that. It's the right, and these are all the questions we've got to get to the nitty-gritty of in terms of the design, because otherwise we just end up doing more of a staged theatre thing where we've got some interesting issues that people have raised, the board then respond to them, and we all go away a bit dissatisfied without actually changing anything.
And just thinking about, the fact it's NHS Citzien, but as we've spoken about today, there's we're talking about promoting integrated care, so we're talking about, big crossover with social care, the public health agenda, which is now within local government, health visitors, school nursing, 0 to 5 commissioning, going over to local government. So it's called NHS Citzien, and I know it's about holding NHS England to account. But some of the issues, I guess, that people will be concerned about will be very much across that local government boundary, and how are they going to get picked up, or are they going to be is there going to have to be an answer that says sorry, we can't deal with that because we're NHS England? You know, I just wonder about that.
Completely right. No. So there is something about it. So NHS England's got a leadership role as well as what it's directly responsible for. So something about how we connect with NHS England staff to support issues where they're not necessarily our lead, but there's somebody else's responsibility, but we've got a significant interest in them. There's something for me about the gather space. If we're connecting people into that, how are we connecting people from other organisations who would be responsible as well? So you get a proper collective conversation happening that becomes one of finding solutions together or routing things to the right place together rather than it kind of getting lost. And then there's something also in my mind about, well, what would that look like if the issue that gets surfaced is integrated care, and that's the thing that most people want to talk about, and that gets brought to the assembly meeting because it's sticky, it's difficult, there isn't a straightforward answer. Who else then do you need to connect into that conversation at that assembly level for it to be meaningful and for it to not end up with the board just saying, well, that's not our responsibility? But that could get quite exciting. So you could end up with Association of Directors of Adult Social Services and the Local Government Association, and if we could get them to buy into participating in that conversation in a meaningful way, then we'd start to get traction. I think I might be going for world domination next. But that's the sort of the conversation that those conversations, those sticky issues tend to happen in a very confrontational way, as opposed to creating some spaces where we can start to have the sensible dialogue about, well, what the possibilities are and what's stopping it happening.
I think that's one of the most interesting spaces, that space in between.
Yeah.
And, you know, I suppose that NHS bit. And, you know, maybe there's nothing we can do about that, but I know from my point of view, we've made a real effort in Cheshire and Mersey in engaging local government, whether it's social care, children's services, public health, health and wellbeing boards, and the VCS and Health Watch as well. But we've really gone for local government, engaging them in the strategic clinical networks. And it's a struggle. We're getting there, but it's a struggle. And I know that one of the barriers to that is the fact that we're called strategic clinical networks, and therefore if you're sat in local government, the fact that something's got clinical in the title doesn't immediately make you think it might be for you. And so it's just a thought in terms of NHS Citzien, both in terms of partners but also members of the public. Is that a barrier to thinking, well, actually I'm not a patient at the moment, so is this a space for me? Or I'm actually from local government in social care, so is this a space for me? I don't know, just a thought.
I'm also minded to think about Camilla's definition around collaboration, because actually some of those integration issues, those spaces that are everybody's responsibility but therefore no one's, that's where you start to have those difficult collaboration conversations. And is it getting into bed with the enemy? Yeah. What stops it? And is that about power? No, because this is the reason these conversations are so important is because unless we get to this level of depth, we end up with another superficial thing that looks pretty and you can sell to people, but actually we need the depth of that understanding to really understand the value that we might add by working in this way. And I do wonder, so the NHS bit of this keeps coming up as is it NHS? Or is it actually about people's pathways of care and supports? Julie Haddon, if you're watching, I had a conversation yesterday about the brand NHS Citzien. What is it? What does it mean? So what's the identity of this? Would that stop local government participating and contributing in a way that's genuinely collaborative because it feels excluded by the NHS label? But does the NHS label give people confidence? And does it define the boundary that we've placed around this, which is about NHS England's responsibilities? And does that boundary then limit it? But then, are we then being overly ambitious? Share my pain. So just opening, so these conversations are really helpful in terms of starting to unpick and share the pain, getting people to think about it differently and then start to rebuild it. So we've taken this to pieces, I don't know how many times, and then rebuilt it again. And every time it's a bit different, and I think it improves with every conversation.
I mean, I just think this is an old chestnut of mine. It's my hobby horse, so but I just think with all of the emphasis that we have on integrated care and bringing health and care closer together with health and well-being boards, with the fact that with public health moving into local government, as say with school nurses, with health visitors, I just think to me the barrier between or the dividing line between health and local government is less and less distinct. It's so blurred. It's almost meaningless, except if you're in the acute sector. Even if you're somebody with long-term conditions, a lot of your care and a lot of your involvement and a lot of your experience is going to be with social care or children's services or local government. And, I used to refer to the NHS as the sickness service, not the health service. Local government was the health service, and it's not that simple. They've both got to work together. But I just think that anything that supports that closer working, both from a partner's perspective and from a public perspective, has got to be a good thing. And I think the boundaries are artificial. And I just wonder, it shouldn't happen that language becomes such a big barrier, but unfortunately it does sometimes. And NHS citizen fine, but NHS, if you're a member of the public, does that mean that's for me if I'm ill, if I'm a patient? If you're in local government, I don't think it would stop you from partnering or being involved generally, but I think from a practical point of view, there's something about sharing the credit as well as sharing the pain. And if it's NHS citizen and nothing to do with local government, then it's not their problem, and it's not their. It's not going to build their reputation either. It's focused on the NHS. But that's just a personal view.
That takes it back to the fact this is a culture change programme. So if this is actually about, if some of the things that stop improvements happening or issues being responded to are about power and control and status and all of those, in a way where we move, we should be a public service. We are there to serve people. So therefore, who appoints us to retain and hold that power? You weren't expecting us to get this deep, were you? and this is Camilla's thing, she should come and join this table for a bit, about the relationships and the human behaviours, which is why I think some of her definitions that she put up are really interesting. Actually, you've got, from a CSU perspective, you're in a funny space as a sort of organisation that's emerging in a difficult space. So I just wonder what that... Yeah.
Yes, it's changing times, isn't it, for CSUs? Because the future is not necessarily going to be within the NHS. So, obviously we're looking at who we need to be working with and maybe working in different ways, so that we can move forward potentially away from the NHS umbrella. Yeah, it is difficult. But I think just going back to that point on local authority, and I think I sort of intimated something similar before around, I think there's more of a role for local authority to play here. And I was just sort of thinking to myself about, when we talk about major reconfiguration change for communities, whether it be a closure or a service moving, and the impact on the community, particularly if it's very contentious maybe around an A&E service, for example, that community feels a sense of loss. And it's, where do we go with this? It becomes a political problem. And I think the masses will protest if they feel a sense of loss. And I think they feel a sense of loss because being a patient as part of the NHS gives them the sense of belonging in a do you know what I mean? So I absolutely agree that I don't think patient is the right word. We are citizens, but we are potentially all patients. So I think there's a counter argument there as to what makes us feel that the NHS is our problem, does belong to us, and we can play a part in its future. I don't know. I just.
With equity in that, as opposed to the them and us. And I think we've got the them and us between organisations, but we've also got the them and us between the people who are receiving services or need support and people providing it. So, We
thought that maybe we would join in and just...
That's okay.
What we've
cool.
been talking about. We've lost one of our...
Oh, she did say she needed to disappear. Yes. We needed you to come and join this table as well.
For the last 10 minutes before we go and get some lunch.
We've got deep and meaningful.
It's all right.
And mind blown.
We've got the deep and meaningful on Twitter as well. We've all gone a bit.
I need to go back to the consultants of choice thing. I will answer that one.
Pass that back to you, so I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. It's always best to just fess up when you don't know the answer, isn't it?
Do you want to tell us what has been going on Twitter?
Well, so hello Twitter, is that we've been having quite an interesting conversation about a couple of the terms, so the term co-production and the term engagement. So I poked Michael, sorry Michael, because he said, actually what we're after is, real engagement, and I just pushed back a little bit just to ask him, what do you mean by real engagement? And he's come back saying it's about a relationship, building a relationship will deliver engagement and better outcomes at all levels. And I think, sorry Michael, now I'm going to reply to you rather than tweeting you back, but I think that's very much how we've been thinking, which is how do you create better relationships. But one of the difficulties that we've seen is that actually people within the system find it quite structurally difficult to form those relationships. So maybe you form a relationship and then you're moved on, or actually a lot of professional skills are about creating distance rather than relationships. And I think there's quite a lot of work to be done there. So Michael, I agree with you that it is about creating real relationships, but how you do that in quite a formalised context is really difficult. Does that make sense to people around the table?
We were talking about that as well, weren't we?
Yeah. So make sure you pick up the mics.
And with an added sort of concern that, particularly if we're thinking of charities as our connectors, how precariously they're positioned now and how they're here now and may not be here in a year's time. So how do we maintain those relationships too?
My focus is looking inwards.
Do you want to grab the microphone?
Yeah, because it's about survival. Oh, sorry.
Just talking about small charities, and because of the precarious nature of the climate at the moment financially, often charities find themselves just looking inwards, and it's about their own survival, and they're not really thinking about reaching out with collaboration or anything else. I think that's a real issue.
It really is, isn't it? I think this is one of the reasons why we think that the mapping might be really, really interesting, because you'll be able to see very clearly where are the relationships held, because we're not going to ask kind of like who structurally works with who in a formal sense. We're going to ask, who do you personally work with? And if you do that, then you start to see, well, actually, oh goodness, that charity holds a lot of relationships together. Because when I show you the network map later, you'll be able to see that you can really clearly show this one person or this organisation connects a lot of the system. And I think though, and if you think about kind of like the world is less hierarchical and more networked, is that connector role has to be valued more. If we accept that that's true, then we have to find a way of valuing connections, and the people who do that, which I think is an opportunity for charities if they are actually doing that. But I'll shut up. But there's another thing that you notice though, which is you notice that there's a very close relationship between connectors and gatekeepers. And gatekeepers are not a good thing, actually, but actually a lot of people who call themselves connectors are actually behaving like gatekeepers. And we're quite keen that we don't reinforce that gatekeeping.
Anything else that came up on
that? And then, sort of just a bit, some general reflection about co-production, but I think a lot of stuff about the shift in power. So I had a few different conversations going on about how exactly, sort of if co-production is about the shift in power, how do you make sure that it feels different? That actually because this is a bit of a geeky term, agency or self-efficacy. How does the fact that you think you're working that way actually translate into people feeling different in the relationship but in the system? And I'm, as a person, sort of having to think about the technology we're going to build, is how do we reinforce people's feeling that they are being listened to, that they're being taken seriously, and I think that's come out of the conversation here as well. I must say, I quite like this format of having kind of like actually just a few of us, but quite a lot of other people listening, and involved and talking. It's just this is lovely to get down into a level of detail now. So thank you very much. I'm having a great time. Thank you.
We had a really in-depth discussion about some of the language and cultural barriers, particularly around organisational behaviours.
Yeah.
So that's stuff around. So particularly thinking about issues that get surfaced are quite likely to be those issues that fall in the spaces that everyone's responsible for, but no one's responsible for. So how does that play out? And actually, has this got a really powerful role in convening conversations where local authorities, directors of adult social services, the NHS, all of these different people who hold power and control can be brought together in a constructive conversation with citizens. And maybe that is something that would be a really unique value add for the Assembly to think about.
I was just saying on our other table that, and you were saying, weren't you, that a lot of the ex-PCT people are in place in the hierarchy of the public health and things like that. Our ex-PCT chief executive, is now the director of public health at Cheshire West. So it's the same people, and I seem to think that they got the same attitudes as they had when they were chief executive of the PCT. They're just not public aware of, like they should be. That's all. That's all I've got to say.
I think it's such a great observation. I'm just tweeting that out as a new job title does not change your behaviours.
No,
It doesn't.
No.
And that we had a bit of that conversation about the people who hold the power and control, and actually we're about public service delivery. So should that be with and alongside people who need access to those services? Therefore, what gives those people in those positions the right to hold that level of power and control?
We were talking about health and wellbeing boards. We were talking about health and wellbeing boards, and the people who are on the people who are on the health and wellbeing boards are all the people who used to run things before the change in the health service, and you're allowed to observe the meetings. Ordinary people are, but ordinary people, notice the word, and ask a question at the beginning, but you're not allowed to ask questions during the meeting. It's what we call a meeting held in public and not a public meeting. And I've seen that in every place where I go. CCGs, meeting held in public and not a public meeting. Even our Health Watch committee are meetings held in public and not a public meeting.
And the difficulty is about public meetings is so often we associate them with them and us.
Yeah.
And it's trying to change that, isn't it? So that you can have a third thing. This isn't a public meeting that we associate with a fight.
No.
But actually, kind of different kinds of conversations that. And we were talking actually also about the health and social care, weren't we? And the joining up and how those conversations need to be had as well. I think we were probably.
The director of social care is the no, not the director of social care, the portfolio holder, councillor. the portfolio holder councillor on Cheshire West Council is also the chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. So it's just keeping everything in the top echelons of, and you get all the chief executives of these other things that go on these other organisations that go on the Health and Wellbeing Board. I think there's the chair of Health Watch, who's the vice chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, is the only one who isn't paid on that Health and Wellbeing Board. So where's the volunteers on that Health and Wellbeing Board?
On that, really, I think we should break for lunch.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. I think we're all in violent agreement.
Yeah.
Twitter appears also to be in violent agreement. So we'll just mention Peter Brox, who's watching, who's desperately interested in how we connect up our conversations around citizen participation, health and care with his work in science and opening up the science community. So there's something about how we think about that with our research and development people.
No, I completely agree. I think we need to hunt Peter down.
So hello, Peter.
Peter, we're coming
come
for
to an
you.
Event. We'll get you. So I think lunch is here.
Yeah.
Now we're all feeling quite.
Yeah, we're ready. So for the folks who are watching, how long are we going to go offline for while we eat? Because I just don't think
I'm not
eating
eating
lunch
and
is
watching.
very
No, that's
webcastable.
That's not nice. No.
So how long do you want to give it, Camilla?
Shall we say 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Shall we? Yeah.
So what time are we now? So
Is that all right with
we're saying that. Well, shall we say we'll
back
try and
at
aim to be back at? It's 2:30 too long.
Yeah, let's go for a tidy 1:30, which is Is everybody...
That's nearly, well...
Or do you,
Oh, I was going to go for 1:15.
okay, let's go for a tidy
We
quarter.
could
But
go for
short.
honestly, I'm really
And we
freaky
can-
with the kind of like, we couldn't come back at 20 past. That'd be a bit wrong, wouldn't it?
No, it was really peculiar thought that went through my head as well.
Yeah, you can't come back at 20 past. So we will come back
If we
at
aim for
quarter
quarter past.
past one. Quarter past one.
Yeah,
So thanks
okay.
everybody online and in the room.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
cool.
you. All right.
Excellent.
Food.
Which is just outside. You can hear it being delivered. Excellent. So we are coming back together. We're live again. Hello. I hope everybody at home had a nice sandwich as well. I tweeted a picture of our sandwiches before we decimated them, so people know what we had. We'll just wait for Gordon to come back. That seems like the polite thing to do, doesn't it? But to let you know that what we wanted to do this afternoon is, firstly, we all need to be gentle with Camilla, who it's her first time being the Twitter person. So if that could be true for the online audience as well as the people in the room. Go, Camilla. Is that what we're going to be doing this afternoon is I was going to run you through some of the network analysis stuff because you seem to be interested and it might be useful. And then I want to talk a little bit about how we decide what's important, if that's all right. This is now mostly filler while I wait for Gordon to come back. We're talking amongst ourselves. The other thing is I wonder, do you actually want to be on one table or are you happy? Because I do feel we have ended up with a bit of a gender split going on here. Do we want to create shared space? Are we all quite happy where we are and don't want to move?
I'm fine.
You sure? Excellent. Excellent. All right, well, I sometimes run sessions where I actually ask people to tell me why they've decided to sit where they're sitting. And I'd have lots of fun with this room. Boy, girl, boy, girl. I sat with the boys. Fair enough. Okay, so
we've actually introduced Richard to Twitter.
Yes, I know. Richard's promised us that he will contribute online next time we do one of these. Okay, I think I'm going to have to get going because I feel a bit rude because there were 450 people last time we checked online, so I feel extra rude. So it's rude to keep them waiting for. But it's an interesting question actually about the balance of kind of participation in the room and out of the room. Anyway, but that's maybe just me in my head. So, pardon? I did give you time. And the thing is, though, is I thwarted myself because I gave poor Pete a presentation to upload at the last minute, and we actually did go live closer to 20 past, which, as discussed, is a bit wrong. Brilliant. Okay, well, look, are you interested in a little bit of network analysis? Yeah, is that okay? Yeah. Okay, so basically, so the reason we're really interested in networks and in network stuff is that we see what we're trying to do is create a networked infrastructure rather than a hierarchical one. Lots of stuff that we build is automatically quite hierarchical, and this is, there's somebody in charge at the top and there's a pyramid of stuff underneath it. Whereas in a network, it's about connections between people. And power in a network is different to power in a hierarchy. So power in a hierarchy is all about pointing up to that strong place at the top. Power in a network is much more about your connectivity and your reach. So there are 4 concepts you need to understand about networks. One is that a node. A node is just an entity on the graph. So a node can be a person, it can be an organisation, but a node is a collection of relationships. Edges are the relationships between the nodes. So if you ever said, how many edges? Then it's the relationships. Degrees is just a measurement of how dense the network is. And then the last one, and this is the most interesting one, is reach. So the reach of your network is how many people do you connect to, do they connect to? So, Olivia, how many Twitter followers have you got at the moment?
1,800 or some.
So Olivia's got 1,800 Twitter followers. I've got nearly 4,000, I think.
Oh, you just did
I just had to drop that in, yeah.
And I have 80.
And Camilla has 80. But I'll combine. But they're really interesting people, all of them.
Very perfect, every single one.
But can you grab the mic?
I'm not on Twitter or Facebook. I have to.
But we can
confess.
We can change that.
Much to my kids' disappointment, I'm not very technically aware, but I do belong to an IT network called LinkedIn. And what's interesting about that is that they count your connections, not just in terms of who you're directly connected with, but who the people you're connected with are connected with. Mm-hmm. So you very soon, even if you're only connected to 30 people, you very soon have a network of thousands because it multiplies. So it's the same concept, isn't it?
Exactly. And LinkedIn is a really good example of the social network. You're on LinkedIn. I'm going to put one microphone over here so everyone can feel free to just chip in at will. But one of the reasons why network power is different to hierarchy is that, so in LinkedIn, which is a great example, is that you can suddenly see all of the resources you could draw on. So you may not, so Camilla may not feel with her 80 people that in the Twitter world, she's there going, I'm quite small, but then she connects to Olivia, but saying, I've got a good relationship with Olivia, and Olivia has got much bigger reach. So you suddenly start to see how the power can change in a system. Does that make sense?
And the groups.
Yeah.
And the LinkedIn groups I use a lot as well.
Yeah. So all of these, so that it's exactly those kind of things. So those are the things that people are doing in their day-to-day lives. But at the moment, we're not very good at bringing them into the way we talk to people, actually. So while the NHS has made a lot of effort around having conversations on social media, it's still a communications activity on the side of the organisation. So what we're sort of saying is actually, how do you have those kind of conversations, but actually within the structure of what you're actually doing? And for me, that's about how are you creating relationships rather than just broadcasting stuff. And the upshot of this, so this is Barnet about 3 years ago. It's not, but what you can see is that, so this was the social media conversation they had around Barnet, and you can see there's a very significant person there. You can see actually that I've picked out in diamonds a couple of the people who actually form the basis of the network. But what you can see with that is quite a dense conversation and people surrounding it as well. This next one. This is a community project in Brighton called Hangleton and Knoll. So it's a relatively small community in Brighton. And what you can see here is you've got quite nice connectivity in the middle there. You've got people on the edge, but they're quite connected. You've actually only got one person who's just kind of like a bit removed from the network. But what's really significant about this one is if you removed one person from that, the network would still work quite well. Is that actually, because remember, reach is about can this person get a message through this network? And a strong, a healthy network, there are lots of different routes for messages to move. And this is one of the reasons that this is more efficient than the hierarchy stuff. So it's more about actually stuff moving smoothly. Now compare that to this one. Okay, so what do you think is wrong with that network? Grab the mic.
There's a lot of outer-lying ones that don't have a network into the middle. There's also outer-lying ones that have got an outer-lying hub, but that doesn't get very easily into the middle. It has to go through 2 or 3 more sections before it gets to the middle, and a lot of them are the same. They have to go through 2 or 3 connections before they get to the middle.
And what do you think would happen if we removed that person in the middle then? There.
You wouldn't have a network.
Exactly. So I use this one. This is an example from a particular part. I'm not going to say where it is actually, because actually when you look at it again, this is where I talk about gatekeeping and not connecting, because this is what you get if people are gatekeeping their communities rather than networking them and connecting them. Because if you go back to this one, so these are both actually community projects, whereas this one, over time, that whole community is well networked. In this one, the power is still very much held centrally. As a result, though, that organisational person in the middle, they have to process everything because everything comes through that node. So they're kind of, so when you talk about the volume problem, is that actually processing volume in this is it's less concentrated than processing volume in that, which is where actually then you do start to worry about actually how can you put capacity into that. So this is basically a network trying to recreate a hierarchy, whereas this is a proper network. And then this is another example. This is like a work in progress. You can actually see here that there's some really great connectors in the space. but still there. And this would probably be more representative of, you know, sort of people who were perhaps dealing with minority voices and things like that. So they're quite sparsely but well connected in the middle, but still they're talking for communities which are on the edge. But you don't have that gatekeeper sensation that you had with the last graph, do you? Because actually you can see that there isn't, while there are a number of distinct communities in that and little networks, you can see that actually there's quite good connectivity in the centre of multiple relationships. Does that help at all? Yeah. So what we're going to be doing is we've got a tool which basically, as an individual, you can report what your network looks like. So you can say who you've got a relationship with. And the tool will let you say it's with an organisation or with an individual or with an individual in an organisation. And then what we'll do is we'll be able to create these maps, but with help, you know, we'll need help from the people actually in places, is we want to create maps like this in different regions and around different issues. Because then what we can do is that once we know that, is we can listen to that network more effectively, and all this stuff that I've been saying about kind of like the, tuned listening on social media, or it may be that it may be that this organisation isn't on Twitter, but they've got a newsletter, and that they email out a newsletter once a month. We can bring all of that into the listening space.
So will those networks that we'll all help to create be part of the website?
Yeah, they'll be part of the system. I'm a bit picky. Is that we're trying not to create a website. There will be a website. We're trying to create an infrastructure.
So people will have access to those? That's really the question. Yeah. And will there be, would you envisage that there'll be contact details? So say if somebody, was looking and could see there was a very well-connected network and could understand it and actually would like to be involved and be an extra connection, would there be a way of doing that via?
Yeah, you see that, and this is and this is one of the things we want to get people involved in modelling, because that's our welcome process. So there has to be a point at which we think that there'll be possibly sort of 4 different ways that you might come across NHS Citzien. So one way is that we would hope, that we're wildly successful, up and running, and that there's some kind of national advertising campaign which is like, this is where you can be an NHS Citzien. And then there'd be a landing page which is welcome. Do you want to look at networks in your area, networks around some particular topic? So there'd be that kind of like, you just come to that page. The other thing is that you might come through partners, and so we want to make sure that whatever we're building is useful to people who are within the system. So actually it's in your interest to put an NHS Citzien badge on your website that says, here's another, we're connected to NHS Citzien. And so it might be through that then people go through that route. Yeah. And that'll be sort of in all of as many partners as possible. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Do you have to have your own website to go on that, or can it be done with an email address?
Yeah, we need to figure out how we do the email stuff, but yeah, definitely. We know, basically, anybody who sets up an NHS Citzien identity will be able to choose what they tell us about themselves and how they want to be communicated with. And it may be, some people say, I want to be communicated through this organisation. So I'm interested in NHS Citzien, but I just want updates from this organisation. You could do it like that, or you could say, actually, I just want to know when this conversation is happening, and you should be, and this won't be in the prototype, I'm not going to get this done by July, but you should be able to say, I'd like a monthly email, or I'd like an alert whenever something happens. Yeah. And that should be the same, it should be for SMS. People should be able to get it to their phones, because we know that a lot of people who don't have computers, and actually as a generational thing, don't have email addresses, they will want text messages, or they'll want something on their smartphones. So that's, does that give you a better sense of the, and I think it's by keeping the network map in your head, you start to think that the co-production stuff is more possible, because suddenly you can see yourself as being part of something bigger. And if we can give visibility, sort of in this network, if you could say, you could say these people here are having a conversation. They may be having that conversation offline. You know, they may not want to or be able to use technology. This person takes it online for them and either films it, you know, it could be just with a smartphone, or they report, you know, they blog about it, or they put it out there, and then they're connected. Yeah. But then that means then you're able to connect that into the bigger conversation. So that's how we see Discover working. And then the clever data stuff is about how do you then flag things up. So we think that you're going to have some people, data science people, so there'll have to be some people studying the data, and probably data journalists. I don't know who any Guardian readers in the room. There are a couple of Guardian readers in the room. So the Guardian do some very good data journalism, where they'll look at data sets and they'll find the stories in them. So it's a good example. So we'll be doing some of that. Now, the thing is, though, and that's what directly leads us into what I wanted to talk about, which is not this. So I think I've just got the wrong... okay, hang on, I put the wrong questions up. Okay, so the question I wanted to ask... Okay, so let's assume there's going to be more ideas than capacity, which is a good assumption, we've already agreed, is who decides what's important? So, I know it's a really, really open question, but it's really, we think, quite at the heart of this. And so who decides what's important? So currently, the important people decide what's important. Okay, so we're all agreed that that's probably not what we want to do. The important people deciding what's important is possibly what's got us to the point where we think it's not working. So, okay, so scratch that. Scratch that. Okay, so we know that it can't be just about weight of numbers, because that's like, that's that's kind of like mob-handed decision-making. But we also know that actually there's possibly no kind of, you can't statistically sample it. There is something very human in the process of deciding what's important, which actually makes the who decides what's important quite critical. So if we're going to have more ideas than we have capacity, who is going to decide what's important within that?
We discussed this earlier on, and we didn't come up with any.
Keep trying. So can I throw a couple...
Can you just rehearse that conversation that we had earlier? Just, I suppose, say it out loud in this context. Yeah.
We just. I was wondering, because I'm assuming that at least to start off with, there will be lots of issues that are big issues, that are policy issues, strategic issues that will need to go to the Assembly. And we were discussing about how you could decide that, and we didn't come up with any conclusion, but we did consider things like how do you make sure that the little voices, who nevertheless might be talking about very important things, and I think Olivia was giving examples about a very small gypsy and traveller group or community who might have, really big important issues in terms of policy. How does their voice get heard, potentially against a big national charity who mobilises their membership or their supporters and could potentially drown out those smaller ideas in terms of numbers? And I don't think we came to any. We didn't have any startling conclusion, unfortunately. But I do think that who decides, or the perception of who is deciding, is really important, because there's a danger that people will think, so those two ideas have gone this time because why? Is that because they're the easiest two ideas? Is that because they're the least contentious issues for the board to discuss? Is that because the board already knows how it's going to address those ideas? So I think the process has got to be really transparent. Otherwise, there'll be no credibility in terms of those ideas that are selected.
In Bristol, we want to show a prototype of the agenda-setting process, and because we think that by doing a lot of it online, you can actually achieve a lot more transparency than you can by doing it in a room. And even if it ends up having to be a conversation, we think that a conversation in public like this is a lot more, builds a lot more trust. So where we'd got to with this, which is where I'm hoping that you're going to improve, is that we've sort of started to think balanced scorecard, which is that actually the who, we'll come back to the who, but actually the decision. So there is clearly a volume question. It's not the only thing, but actually, if a lot of people are saying the same thing, then it's going to be significant. Then there's going to be something about expertise in there as well, because arguably something that comes from somebody who has got an awful lot of knowledge about a particular domain, that has to have heavier weight than someone coming in and opining about something they know nothing about. Do you agree with that? Does that? Is it part of the mix, expertise? You've got frown face, so tell us why doesn't that work?
I'm worried about the expertise because when you, I'm a member of a prostate cancer support group, so I know quite a bit about prostate cancer, having had it, but I don't think that someone, say, from Prostate Cancer UK would probably have a lot more expertise, but we're not talking about an actual patient. Probably we're talking about an officer of a charity, and I'd want the patient's point of view, not the officer from a charity who might have a lot more expertise in the actual thing, but the patient who's actually had it would know as much about, might not know as much about the actual thing, but sorry.
No. So we've always been thinking about expertise, is that we think there's a bias towards clinical expertise, whereas actually is that expert could be expert because of your lived experience as much as expert because you've studied it for lots of time, for a long time. The other bit of the scorecard has to be something around actual people. It has to be is that in prioritising this, there has to be a sense that this is actually coming from real people's real concerns. Yeah. And I don't know how to put that, but it's an authentic problem. So there has to be some way of judging, and we'll have to figure out how we deal with this. Some way of judging, what it is. I think there may be something which is fit with and this is me trying this out rather than and fit with landscape. There's something about that. Actually, it's the right time to have the conversation. So deciding what's important is actually about, this is a good time to have this conversation.
Is that about deciding that it's the right time to have the conversation with the board, or are you saying nationally and in general?
Well, I think both. I mean, I think that you'd have to, I don't think you can have a scorecard that operates differently and gather to the assembly. It might be that this is the right time to have a gather conversation about something, and that might be different to it's the right time to have an assembly conversation.
What do you mean by right time?
Yeah.
Well, so by right time, what I mean is that that there is enough support of the right kind, that there are enough people who actually want to have the conversation, and that it's a moment where you might actually be able to affect change. So it may be, so the right time is I think that there's something in here about actually this is why we need to be talking about this now.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I suppose I have a slight alarm bell going off in that it's another judgment that somebody is making.
I know.
So you know, so who's to say that something might be really important and really significant, but somebody or some people decide for a variety of reasons, no, it's not the right time to have that conversation. I think there's something that we would have to be very careful of there in terms of transparency. And I think for me, one of the other considerations, which is kind of linked to that in a way, in deciding what's important, is about timeliness per se. In other words, is it an urgent issue? So there might be a number of priorities, but there might be amongst that something that's very time dependent that has got to be sorted.
Timely, isn't it?
Yeah, now. But it's different from, is it the right time to have the conversation? In my head, it's something about, I don't know, urgency of the conversation.
I agree with that totally.
Yeah.
And that linked with what Gus was saying, to me, there's a real danger that it's maintaining or constructing power structures. And that's a real concern for me.
When you say it, do you mean NHS Citzien or do you mean this process?
Just the process. Within that process, it's just about building more potential power structures.
And this is why we wanted to talk about this, because if we have to make, it's a good assumption, more ideas than capacity, and actually and who decides what's important is totally hand in hand with how do you decide what's important. You can't separate those two things out. And I guess, the urgency is right, but urgent for whom? There may be some people who feel that I need to urgently get this problem sorted out, whereas actually that's not a systemic urgency. Okay, we have to remember there will be a solution out there. Otherwise we'll all sit here going like, we're doomed. Can Twitter help?
Twitter's very quiet at the moment, actually. I think
they took a long
lunch.
They took a longer lunch.
I think Michael Serres is a part-timer.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's me and you. But we're good, we can also talk in person.
Yeah. Twitter, you're brilliant. So do you want to do that back on the tables again, rather than this slightly more back and forth? Or do you like the back and forth?
I like the back and forth.
Are you happy with the back and forth? Okay, so... All right, so here are a couple of ideas where we've thought about. So the balanced scorecard is, is more about saying there have to be a range of judgments that you make in order to say this is important. And so the ones on the table are volume, expertise, but not just medical expertise. That's kind of like, lived experience expertise, the sense that this is authentic in some way, and then this point about timeliness. It's got to get expressed right, but it's like, actually, we need to have this conversation now. We've been considering whether or not the NHS Citzien needs some kind of, this is a terrible word, okay, so it's the wrong word, but a secretariat. So it needs almost like a support service. And what the support service would be doing would be applying these rules and asking people, is this what we think is important right now? And they'd be doing that quite publicly. So they wouldn't be deciding, but they'd be gathering up all of the things that met the criteria and then putting it back to the participants to say, these are all the things which we think are important. What do you want to prioritise? So it wouldn't be it would be a public conversation about, so who decides what's important is everybody who's involved in the conversation. How does that feel to you?
Would it be a vote kind of thing, or would it be to the participants, or? What
do you think? What do you think's best?
Well, that means it's the smaller participants, the smaller groups of participants probably wouldn't have a say at all in a vote. But I did say before, when we were talking about it, that anyone who gets over, say, 100 or 1,000 votes goes goes through, and then the actual person who's flagged it and a couple more who support it go before the Secretariat and have to put their case to the Secretariat, but that's first before the vote goes.
Because that feels to me like you're putting a lot of power in that Secretariat. Doesn't that feel like that to you?
Well, I don't know of any other way it could be done, because if you're going to have people voting or something like that, like I say, the big organisations and people who can get a lot of votes behind them and get people to sign up to NHS Citzien will clear the board of everyone else.
And okay, and so in that case, so we're going to come back to this: who decides what's important? Okay, so so this is the other question, which I think is a parallel, very pertinent question. About the difference between a marginal voice and a personal issue? So how do you identify a marginal voice? Is the only way to do that to actually say we've got protected characteristics and anybody who's got protected characteristics? Because that seems wrong to me in some way. How do we... Because we can't deal with that volume versus vote. Because you're right. I mean, it's, you know, because this has been noodling us for quite a while now. Is that...
Do frowny face.
Lying around like this, going, oh dear. Because the answer on the you're right about, we know you're right about the volume point. So then the question becomes, okay, if we don't want this to be about weight of numbers wins, which we have a general consensus is wrong, is that then we have to be able to we need to be able to define a marginal voice. Otherwise, we can't find that needle in the haystack. I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to do it perfectly. Do you see what I mean? Because this is where you end up with if you're, you know, we can achieve a lot of transparency by doing more of this stuff digitally. That should be one of the big benefits that working more digitally brings us, is that you should have really radical openness. But in doing that, you do need some fairly sort of black and white ways of defining some things to get the best use out of it. So you can do fuzzy logic type stuff, but you still need to know what you're looking for in the data. So what does how would we define a marginal voice?
Do we have any examples we can
of a
give
marginal
out?
Voice?
Well, yeah, what we mean. You've got a good one, Olivia.
So I'd probably use something like transgender services as a really good example, where it's a very small percentage of the population, largely stigmatised by society, with very little voice, and not a consistent voice within. It's not a single community, so there's difference of views and opinions within that community as well. But actually the health issues and inequities faced by individual people are tremendous. Yeah. So they're very marginalised by societal expectations, by the way the system's structured and everything else. But if they were up against having their issues discussed against diabetes, who've got Diabetes UK, I don't know how many millions of people have got diabetes, whatever, but they just get completely outweighed. But they're both really important. But you're never going to get... I suppose there's something for me in this about the, to excuse the expression, the unsexy issues, the ones that are really difficult. Gypsy and traveller health is a real classic where nobody wants to talk about it because locally the politics are just poisonous. And so they're marginalised already by society. So if we have something that emerges through NHS Citzien, do we risk just having a great big storm online where loads of people weigh in and go, that's not important because actually our issues are far more important? And how do we manage that? You see, you've just done the face, Gus.
Yes. Just welcome to the face, which is... I know, yeah, it's all around the room.
Anyone on Twitter got the answers, please?
Go on Twitter, sort us out. Yeah, what would Twitter do? So it becomes really pertinent when you start to build stuff, because actually you then start to have to, you are able, is that we are hoping through the data journalism process to surface stories. So it would be quite, one thing that you could say is you could brief the people who are looking for stories is that they should look for these kind of marginal voices. So you could say, broadly speaking, these are the voices that we consider to be marginalised. Now, then you end up, I think you'd probably have to have a whole separate section of the thing discussing who's marginalised. But I think it has to be an ongoing debate about, okay, at the moment, these are the people who we are considering to be marginalised. So I think you have to acknowledge that marginalisation without stigmatising people.
Yeah. Maybe we have to have some kind of, a certain number of places for marginalised, those considered to be marginalised, and other places for the bigger debates with bigger voices.
You see that links to because we've been bringing access and inclusion together in our thinking, because a lot of the time that issues around inclusion are actually issues around access in different kinds of senses. And you're right. So does creating discrete spaces for these people make it easy? These people who are genuinely marginalised. Does that make the system feel more inclusive for them? I mean, we'll have to ask them, obviously. We can't, us fixing it in a room here probably isn't the right answer.
Or does it make them feel more marginalised?
Or does it, because you're saying you're
grab
marginalised?
the microphone.
But on the other hand,
Microphone.
Yeah, go on.
It's all good stuff. I need it on tape.
I'm just wondering whether that, I don't know whether that would make those communities feel more marginalised, because in order to raise their issues they have to go to a special space away from the space that's occupied by the rest of the community. I don't know.
Or do you
So
for once feel a bit more privileged because you have a space that's reserved for you?
Yeah.
And in the conversations that we've had with various groups who face challenges around access and inclusion, there is no single, as you would expect, these are all people, there isn't a single answer. Some people are wildly offended by the idea that they wouldn't be welcomed into the main space. Other people say, no, I do need a different kind of environment. And it may be that what you say is that actually, I mean, there's another, you could imagine turning this on its head, okay? So we're going to turn it on its head completely, and we're going to say, actually, is that no issue can have more than 1,000 people involved in it. So we make it impossible to have 10,000, 100,000 people voting for stuff. Actually, we cap the number of people who get involved in stuff in a way which actually levels the playing field down there. We say we will have really rich interaction, but it's going to be this number of people. And we might take into consideration the network of those people. So what's the reach of those 1,000 people? We might want to test how authentically engaged they are with their audience, and we might want to test their expertise, but actually we cap it down. So it becomes impossible to have a massive campaign, because we say that actually this is about smaller, higher quality. I'm not saying this is the way to do it, but how does that feel to people? Turn it on its head, sort of just because you can have.
But we might want a massive campaign.
But we
citizens.
So what's the effect for the marginalised voices if you design out the big campaigns? Anything's possible in the design process.
If some of the marginalised voices, you might have to cap it at 10 or 100 or something like that, but there are some organisations that, some marginalised voices, not organisations, but are really, really marginalised. They don't want to put their heads above the parapet, shall I say, about a lot of things.
There's also, so we're talking about marginalised voices or stigmatised communities or whatever. There's also the less prevalent conditions. So people with very rare conditions, where does their voice and their issues surface in this? Which is another way of looking at it.
So how about instead of counting stuff, we look at percentages. So with the rare conditions, if you've got 60% of the people in the UK who are suffering from the condition engaged in the conversation, that's pretty significant, versus Diabetes UK, who've only appeared to get 10% of the people who've got the condition engaged in the debate. That's a different weighting.
I just wonder whether...
Oh, the data's all there.
The data is all there. I mean,
data geeks to look at it.
Yeah, it's how you get to it is another question, but yeah. And Emma Doyle, she will help us with that. Emma Doyle is responsible for open data within NHS England, and she would hunt it out for us, wouldn't you, Emma? She was watching earlier.
I just wonder whether,
she's on Twitter.
Whether we're just getting too hung up on numbers and counting. Going back to your idea of a balanced scorecard, is it more about coming up with a number of different criteria or factors, whether it's 4 as on a balanced scorecard or slightly more, whether you weighted them or not, on top of that, and so you're making allowance for other issues in terms of impact, as well as number of people who are voting or not, or having their voice heard on that particular issue. I just wonder whether whether we need to move away slightly.
Yeah.
If not, not necessarily exclusively, but move away slightly and look at it in a slightly broader context.
So someone on Twitter, sorry, can I just say that one? On Platform Project has said risk temporary unpopularity to assist marginalised groups to break down barriers, reduce stigma and build understanding. So it is about using the space as a kind of testing kind of space.
Yeah, no, that's a really good observation. I share your kind of like if this is just about counting stuff, it's really missing the point somehow. On the other hand, and also it gives back into the. So I'm a social scientist, and the whole the tyranny of the counters, the counting people, it's like really upsetting. The tyranny of the quantitative data versus other forms of insight is just it annoys me personally, but also I think you miss some of the richness. So if we go back to Bernadette's idea, which is, and you're right, probably not 4. So actually some kind of balanced, some kind of set of criteria which are publicly held and where we ask people to self-report on how does your issue score against these criteria? How does that feel? I think we'd have to iterate the criteria quite a lot, I would have thought. But what we could do is in Bristol is that we could put up some examples of here are 2 or 3 different versions of sets of criteria, and we can get people to give us feedback on those, and also get people to test their issues. Does that sound like a sensible way of doing it? Do you think though that do you think it is feasible that you could translate that scorecard into a score, and that you could then rank issues? Do you think we'd ever be so confident in the balanced scorecard and the score that you got that you wouldn't want to intervene with it? Where's the humans? What are the humans doing at this point? Because my computers are busy.
I'm a bit worried about that. By who scores the who decides what's important? Who puts the scores to the balanced scorecard?
So we've been imagining that one of the qualities that you need to design into the experience is a open data quality, which is that you shouldn't be able to make, well, you can make any claim that you like, but any claim that's listened to would have to be evidenced with data which is freely available. So actually, is that, in my mind, this is a self-reporting mechanism which can be verified. How does that feel to people? And so actually you're passing a bit of the responsibility off to the participants to be able to come up with evidence but that's one of the roles we think of the Secretariat should have, is they should help people put together evidence, because we know that a lot of patient groups would probably not have the data expertise. So we think that there's probably a need to support groups who've they're doing really well in every other bit of the scorecard, but they say, could we have some help getting this data together, because it's not in our, we don't have the skills to do it. How's that feeling to people? Everyone's nodding quite quietly. It's like kind of you're in a post-lunch kind of like contemplative state. Rich and then Bernadette.
Just a little bit confused. And I'm probably going to ask the first stupid question of the day.
No stupid question.
Are there some people then that might never get their issues aired?
Well, I think there's two different senses. You could take aired in two different ways. Once your issue is out there, it is discoverable.
Or might never have the chance to actually get to the top of that list.
So to get to the top of the list, you would need to have had an issue. You would have needed to have raised a flag and said, does anybody else think this is an issue? And you'd have needed to gather a conversation around it. And it's through that process that you would work through the balanced scorecard stuff. So it is possible that you would raise a flag and nobody would agree with you. Mm-hmm. So that's not you. It's not you failed to get. Actually there isn't support for your idea, and actually and it may be with those people. Some of those people get diverted into complaints procedures, or they get moved. They're in the wrong place. But sometimes people will want to raise stuff that other people don't think is important. So it is going to be. Also, the other thing we think will happen is that some people will go through that gather process, and either they'll find another solution, or just through gathering they'll find a solution, and that they'll want to exit the system that way. You're right, though. One of the concerns would be somebody who is always number 11 in a 10-point list.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering whether eventually that sort of group may say, what's the point? Because we're never going to get heard anyway.
We get back to that hierarchy of where you're heard. What we want to try and get away from is thinking the only and best place to be heard is with the board. And it could be that those issues that are number 11, say, it might not be a very good case, but some issues are best addressed at local levels. That's where all issues are best addressed at local levels. You don't really want to have to get up to the board. That's, in a way, we've all kind of failed when an issue gets up to the board, because they're the ones that are so difficult that the board have to address them. But it may be that I don't know, that we do prioritise or say, look, this one nearly always does make it, and is it actually of national importance that the board can understand? Because that's going to be another, or can address, that's going to be another one of the criteria somewhere. Is it a policy or strategic issue that the board can really deal with? And if it's always hovering just below that, maybe it's not a question that can be dealt with there.
There's something in that as well about, once it gets to the board, maybe that's where we've all failed, but how do we connect in some of the other decision makers and people who have influence into those conversations? So if it's an issue of podiatry, how do we connect in the senior people who are making those decisions into that conversation? So actually you start to get resolution at that level, or you get it paid attention at that level, and then what's reported to the boards that's been dealt with without being escalated. So it's there, it's seen, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an assembly conversation, but it's visibly been connected with, and there's something that's going to happen.
So I'm going to just go back to Bernadette, because you were in the queue, and then back to you.
Mine was just a processy point, really, because you've mentioned a couple of times now about the Secretariat, whether we think...
This is like imaginary Secretariat at the moment.
Secretariat.
It's really real, though.
Yeah. Well, and I suppose that's the thing for me. I think I can't really see any of this working unless you do have a Secretariat or something that's going to support this. I think, from a practical point of view, that's absolutely crucial. On the other hand, politically, with a small and a big P, I would have thought possibly to create a Secretariat in the current financial context, and with the challenges that NHS England and everybody else is facing at the moment, to support something like this is going to be quite challenging, possibly, and not only challenging internally to get those resources allocated, but open to challenge externally at a time when perhaps people's own jobs are not as secure as they might be. And, you know, but I do think unless there was, whatever you call it, a secretariat, a back office, support function, whatever, this won't work, personally.
Yeah, so this is all very... We know we need to spend more time sort of thinking about what this would mean, but we have sort of reached the same conclusion. There is a real question here, though, about what. So we think the ordering of this is what support do people need? What actually does the system need, human-wise, in order to make it work? And that's, you know, that is things like access to research, you know, to researchers and analysts, access to the policy makers. Some of it is about better connectivity, but other is actually, you know, so there are some groups who just won't be able to do bits of them themselves, so to a levelling playing field. And then there's a whole thing about the data stories and the, you know, moving things around the system and possibly just welcoming people into it as well. There's a lot of work to do. So firstly, what does it need? The next question is, what skills do we already have? Because there's something, I think there's something in all of this, which is that actually we're talking about very different skill sets to ones which you might naturally have if you're talking about patient engagement, you know, if that's your background. So this is a how do you shift the skills of a group of people who are doing something in a different way into this mode of working. So it would then be, okay, who's already got the skills, and then how do we get the skills into the system? It can't be about additionality, though. It has to be about how do you find the skills that you've already got, how do you bring them together, and how do you then make sure that you're helping people gain the skills they're going to need in this future? So there's no easy answer, but it's got to be, you know, the reason it's linked, it's, you know, sort of we think, you know, this is linked to what Camilla's doing around the behaviour change stuff, is that this should be a group of people who are behaving utterly authentically in the NHS Citizen kind of way. And actually, and they ought to be able to be quite influential in terms of infecting the rest of the system with those kind of new behaviours.
One way, in practical terms, we have kind of been trying to think our way around the resource issue is secondments into posts and having it as kind of a shifting secretariat, so you're actually growing those people with those behaviours. So you may be in post for a year, or, you know, we're just trying to think how can we do it precisely in that cash-strapped situation where you're right, people out there, not just in there, but out there are going, hang on a minute, this is a nice job for someone, and actually we're cutting services. So we're trying to think creatively about how both it could be done and how it works for NHS Citzien as a kind of movement that actually grows something. So you go from your year or whatever in NHS Citizen Secretariat, but then you carry on those behaviours in your own networks.
And you've got some, you know, so you know, you know, data skills are going to be absolutely critical, you know, for people going forward. We know that we've got a massive shortage of people who can work effectively with data. That's not just the NHS. That's just generally. Big data has surprised us all, and we're mainly statistically illiterate, it turns out. So actually, if you could bring people through, take them through some kind of, you know, sort of they could learn those skills at the same time as supporting NHS Citizen, you know, being immersed in new ways of behaving, or different ways, not completely new, but, you know, immersed. And then, as you know, as Camilla says, 12 months later, they go back to where they've come from, but actually they go back with a different kind of network, a different outlook on the world, and very different skills than they had going in. Then that can be quite a nice little change engine that you could put into the machine. Do you like that? General nodding. Would you like to be in the Secretariat? Does that sound fun? I think it sounds great. I'd love it.
Well, the other dimension of that conversation, which we've thrown around a little bit, is where does that secretariat sit? So if it sits inside NHS England, is it then naturally conflicted? Because whatever NHS England does or behaves or whatever, but if it doesn't sit there, where does it sit? Because if we're determined this isn't going to become another competitive organisation in an overcrowded system already, what does that look like? And then what's the governance for that?
So, yeah,
there's only a few small questions that we're grappling with at the moment.
But we were talking about this at lunch, and I was describing the logo issue that's connected.
Hello, Julie.
Because there's the issue of whether or not if we change up the logo, it's not up there now, but it's in moment in a sort of neutral silver NHS. But if it turns into the blue one, then we're under the auspices of NHS England, and carry with it what that means, which is either endorsement of something really important, or we're collaborating with the enemy, as a citizen movement. So where we position NHS Citizen is really critical and difficult, and I don't think we've any suggestions actually on that.
I'm not lobbying for any organisation here. I have no vested interest at all. But there is an organisation which may or may not be appropriate called Centre for Public Scrutiny. Tim Gelling and Sue, and
Tim's been really involved in all of this as well.
There are organisations like that, and they're involved in supporting scrutiny. Originally, obviously, local government, but increasingly, certainly involved with health and well-being scrutiny, and they are involved now, I think, with some CCGs, with some trusts.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
So, there is a not dissimilar. Function there to this kind of thing, with the idea of holding somebody to account. That's what they support.
It's a good idea. So would you see it kind of like finding something like Centre for Public, because Centre for Public Scrutiny is a good, the fit is exactly as you describe it. So it would be an activity held within them. The thing is, it's quite an operational activity we're talking about. There's a lot of practical stuff. Or are we talking about you need to set up the Centre for NHS Citizen?
Yeah.
No. Or arm wrestle.
Well, can I just say that I don't like the word scrutiny. We're not scrutinising anyone. We're bringing ideas forward for things that could be better. And that's completely different from scrutiny. Can I also say that I agree with what Olivia said about the people who matter, having making sure that they keep their eye on Gather to so that we might be able to get rid of I won't say get rid, but we might be able to deal with some of these things before we get to the board level. And also, just a third thing, I am 100% against having money spent in a back office function that could be spent on clinical work. So if people can be seconded to it without an awful lot of money being spent, fair enough. But I want to see the majority of the money spent on clinical work and not on back office staff. I'm sorry about that, but that's the way I feel.
I don't think there's anything to apologise for. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it kind of looks is that actually if we just create another thing, then it's another sticking plaster. We're trying to change the thing that's there. Yes. So, which is more radical. We're trying to change the thing that's there. That means that actually you do need to work with what you've got, rather than just assume that, okay, if I get a new shiny thing, then that solves the problem. is that it's harder, but it's a bit more rewarding. I think I don't like these programs which come in and bring in the solution and then leave a load of people behind. Who, you know, I just think it's got more integrity to help people join in the new thing you want to do. Yeah. It takes longer, harder work, but it's better.
And there's something in this about what's already in the system that can be connected into this. So we're not duplicating or replicating or whatever. So we only do what we absolutely have to do. There is something for me, though, about making sure that there is a level of investment in this, which is about supporting people to participate and contribute and have a voice, in the same way we support clinicians to have a voice and to contribute, and actually starting to think about those relationships as well. So the investment in people isn't just about them having a voice, it's about them being active and engaged, and then I suppose there's a side issue around taking control of their own health and modelling healthy behaviours and all of those. So it's a whole system thing and a whole person thing. So I'm not sure it's as straightforward as we shouldn't have this and we should have that. That the interdependencies, I think, are huge. And after that little rant, I'm ducking out now. I'm sorry to leave you all.
You're going to go do something human.
I'm going to go and do something human. I'm going to go and celebrate my ex-boss, who I call my mother, her retirement. So quite excited. I'm going back to Keighley.
Go, leave the microphone.
I'm leaving the microphone. I'm not taking the microphone.
And she drove here, so Twitter, don't expect to hear from her.
I said goodbye to Twitter already.
We'll try not to redesign it without you being here.
No, that's okay. You can solve all those unanswered questions, though. That would be great.
Yeah, we'll do our best. I'm thinking actually one of the things which kind of comes from that point Gordon, one of the points Gordon just made though, is we should try and get some consultants or some senior decision makers, influential people who are not board members, involved in gathering the test in August and September. And we should see we know a lot of these people who've kind of popped up as being interested. We can see whether or not we can get them involved. By getting them directly involved, we can, you know, sort of have exactly that effect of getting things dealt with, you know, sort of sooner rather than later. Yeah, okay, so I think what I've just done is committed Anthony to sorting that out. Brilliant. Who's another colleague of ours.
Oh, right.
So, look, I don't know where you want to take this yet, because are you happy? Because we spend quite a lot of time just noodling this stuff. Are you happy still noodling for a bit longer? Or are you exhausted? How are you feeling? Tell me how you're feeling.
Dangerous to leave me with a microphone.
I know. Look at your self-denying audience. You put it. Okay. All right. In that case, all right. Can we? Could we dig into the question about governance then? So if we've all acknowledged. Yeah. Leave it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I've got 2 of your pens.
No chance of
sorting that out. Bye. So if we're saying we think that there needs to be some kind of secretariat, and that secretariat will be responsible for sort of basically for supporting that balanced scorecard. So its job would both be to help anybody who's got to the point of saying, I want to put a scorecard together for my issue. They would be responsible for making sure that those people had access to everything that they needed to be able to do that. So that might be that they need data, it might be, you know, it might be access issues, it might be that they need to be introduced to a couple of clinical specialists, you know, whatever it is. Yeah. So the Secretariat's got 2 roles. One is to support, well actually, so let's say the Secretariat's got 3 roles. One role is to keep an eye on the conversations and to point out connections and say, did you know that everybody's talking about podiatry but nobody's talking to each other, to say things like that. Then their next role is supporting people through the balanced scorecard. But their other role, and this is the one that conflicts with the nurturing stuff they're doing there, is that they're the people who say, these are the things which could go onto the agenda for the next assembly meeting. So it's that moment that their role changes, and suddenly they've got power in a different. They've got very soft power in both of those other spaces. You know, they can influence a lot of stuff. Actually, you know, an evil secretariat could do a lot of damage, either with finding it or but at that moment where they are responsible for the process, you know, they're curating a process which decides the agenda, they've become very influential. Yeah, Camilla, is that kind of, those are the three main functions we're seeing, aren't they?
Yeah, do you want to say them out loud again so I can write them down properly and I can tweet them?
Tweet. So one is just listening to the conversation and making connections and telling stories.
Yeah.
So that, in my world, we call that curation. So they'll be doing the curation of the space. The next, you got that?
Yes.
So the next thing they'd be doing is that they would be supporting people through the creation of the balanced scorecard. So whatever those questions are, they'd be providing the support and the backup that people need in order to come up with that set of evidence. But then they kind of cross the fence a bit, and they're going to be responsible for the process of putting the agenda together for the assembly. So we see that as a transparent, that has to be done in the open. And it may be sometimes it's like it's a slam dunk because we've only got, okay, you know, we've got time to talk about 3 issues at the assembly. There are only 3 issues that have got balanced scorecards ready at the moment. Therefore, that's the agenda. And then they go off to Bognor or something, you know, and they're kind of like, you know, holiday in Butlins. But, or more likely, there are 3 slots. We've got 20 issues which are ready. How do we decide?
Can I just say something? I'm wondering if, when we're looking through the 20 items, that they shouldn't have some randomly picked voices, public voice, sitting with them as equal partners, and then the 2 lots. But, you know, they can say it's more transparent then. The talk is more transparent.
So you say bring citizens into the process of deciding which of the 20 make it through. I remember they're not being lost, the other 17, but they're just not making it onto that agenda. Yeah. What do other people think of that? Just keep hold of it, Bernadette. Richard here is going to wrestle off.
I think that's a good idea, but I just can't at the moment see how it would work in practice, because you're going to go back to a kind of voting situation, and therefore it's the volume again, so the smaller ones will get lost. I just wonder whether there's something about how we compare the balanced scorecards that are completed to determine the priority order. I don't know.
I guess I don't have... I think the balanced scorecard will be able to give you a really good overall picture. The idea that it would be able to come up with a perfect ranking seems unrealistic to me. Sorry, Rich, you're about to...
It's just going to be negative again.
Go on, you know.
I'm just thinking, isn't there a conflict there then? You've got these people doing this job here, and then ultimately they decide. That just seems like a conflict to me.
Yeah.
And I don't see, even if other people come in and help them, that gets away from it being a conflict.
Camilla, do you want to...
Well,
yes, we agree.
Yeah.
So we've got these 2 very nurturing roles that we think they could do about supporting, helping, enabling, including, all that kind of like big huggy stuff. And then ultimately they're making a decision.
But there is something about being a citizen and being a responsible citizen and saying we can, in a good world, do those kinds of things, that we can make responsible judgments that are accepted because they've been through a really good process. Yeah. And that's the best way I can think of it, without thinking, oh, conflict of interest, oh, how are we going to manage that? But I think there's something.
Wouldn't there always be some people who'd just be saying, nah?
But won't there always be
some
people?
Yeah, I'm sure there would, but I'd be thinking, isn't there another way?
So I sometimes with this, in my head, I end up in this, is that you can see really clearly, once this is on a roll, you know, so what we're describing is on a roll, And actually that process has been done very transparently, and everybody who's been through it has gone back and saying, I didn't make the cut this time, but to be honest, I think it was a good decision. You know, actually I can see why these other 3 were prioritised. I'm happy to wait my turn. You know, you can see, 2, 3, 4 years down the line, it's been through a number of cycles and trust has built. You've got enough trust in the system that actually people behave with integrity. I kind of put it that kind of like people, people are kind of behaving, like on eBay, people give quite honest, positive and negative feedback. On TripAdvisor, people are always trying to game it. TripAdvisor, people are always basically trying to get a free hotel room. So is that if you've managed to set a culture where it is constructive and people are collaborating and people really trust the process, you can see that one thing would work. What the question we're wrestling with is how do you build the trust in the system when at the moment there's almost no trust in the system? Because so you feel negative saying that, but you're saying it, I think, because that's your experience of how it would be if you popped it up and ran it right now. This only works if behaviours change and trust is built. And where to get started? That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very chicken and egg at the moment.
Yeah, and we bounce about it a lot.
I was talking about randomly picked people.
Yeah,
just click on a name on a computer and write to that person and ask them if they'll come and join the panel. Not, if some of the people were from a big charity or something like that, it's it's just random.
Do you think random within the whole population or random within the NHS Citizen people?
NHS Citizen people.
So it's almost like it's an internal system jury service.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So I think where we've got to then is that you get to the point where you've got the balanced scorecards, and then you then need to have some kind of deliberative event, online or offline. I think that's going to be quite interesting to discuss. But that deliberative event needs to not be controlled by the Secretariat. It needs to be run by the Secretariat, but not controlled by the Secretariat. And that actually we're saying that's where the citizens' jury would be most effective.
I was just going to think that in local government, they're not so popular now, but at one time there were citizen panels and citizen juries. Well, some I wouldn't say all were. So you could employ that kind of thing. The only thing that strikes me now is it getting more and more complicated.
Yeah.
But there's no perfect way, is there? There's no way around it. But it does start to feel a bit process on process a little bit.
I know it's really, I know exactly what you mean, and this is how the document turned into 65 pages. Everybody, this is what happened.
Except if you drill it down, if I'm a citizen, first of all, I'm having a conversation, and it's a discover conversation. That's just something that's going on anyway. I'm having it anyway. Someone picks it up, or I decide to go in together, and I plant my flag, and then I have this quite exciting exchange in my collaboration space with whoever else.
Lounge.
I
collaboration lounge.
The lounge, yeah. So but none of that is very bureaucratic. None of that is. That is about Catherine's bunch having built some really good technologies. So I feel okay to go and do that. And maybe I'll talk to them online, or no pressure. Or maybe I will actually go and meet with somebody because it's a local issue and we've decided we're going to and whatever. It's really the main bit that's really, really hard is this decision of what goes through from gather to the Assembly that needs that process. And the other big bit to organise are the Assembly meetings. And beyond that, it's not a huge organisation. I don't think, if I'm being optimistic, I could see that you could grow it you could say, oh, but we need the evidence people and we need the data journalists and we need the, and hundreds of people. But actually, probably not. If it can be kept stripped to its kind of absolute core functions, which are to make...
It should be start-up size, yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't it? I mean...
Yeah, no, I agree, yeah.
So, we don't have to run away with the huge bureaucracy idea.
Are the Discover and Gather sites going to be... is people going to keep an eye on them 8 hours a day and make sure no one spams them or anything like that, or...
Whether they're moderated or not.
Yeah, moderated, that's the word I'm looking for.
So, in terms of spam and stuff like that, that would all be kind of like an automated process like it is with something like Twitter. So we wouldn't... we are not going to moderate the space. So people will be free to talk, because this is a shared public space. It's not a protected space.
I'm worried about people getting on with foul language and stuff like that,
Yeah, we are going to try it. That people, basically, if you look at the way that online communities normally behave, is that they tend to self-moderate. So once everybody knows, firstly, if you don't allow anonymity, the way we're going to set it up is you can have a screen name. So I'm Curious C on Twitter. So I could be Curious C. You wouldn't have to know I'm Catherine Howe, but I would have to have an identity. Once people have are not anonymous and they know a few people, most online communities moderate themselves, and so they would come back and say that's a bit out of order. You'd have normal rules which are kind of like about, no swearing, no porn, no personal insults. Yeah. But is that there's just too much control in the whole thing if you don't trust people to behave like adults or grown, mature individuals. Yeah. So, we're not, you can come and tell me I was wrong if we set it free and it goes horribly wrong. But I feel very confident that's going to be okay. Yeah. Can I just on this? I know that on the agenda setting thing I know it feels very bureaucratic, but actually agenda setting is massively, massively political. Arguably the setting of the agenda is more significant than what you end up talking about, because actually what gets on that agenda. And so I personally am quite comfortable that you would need to have a sophisticated, robust process around agenda setting, because I don't think anyone's going to trust the Assembly meeting if they don't feel that everyone's had a chance to get on the agenda. So if you don't make that bit work, I personally worry that it then becomes something which is controlled by the board anyway, and then what's the point of it? So, and I'm with Camilla, because I think the rest of it can be quite light touch. It's only that once it gets to that massively political question about, those 2 days twice a year with the board are going to be very precious. And while we can hopefully mitigate that by bringing the board into the rest of the system, ultimately, those Assembly meetings are going to be real kind of, they're going to be very, very central. Not very central in a kind of, to start with, they draw a lot of attention. So the agenda setting, I think, has to be done righteously.
In terms of once the discussions have been had with the board by the Assembly, will you be describing a process for what happens then? Because really, the proof's in the pudding, isn't it? So the discussion is all well and good, having had all the agony to get to the stage of the discussion, but it's then, does anything happen? Does anything change? Are those people involved in any change? Are they continuously engaged? Or does everybody just go home and say, that was nice?
I feel bigger as a person. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I've embraced my humanity. Brilliant. We were talking about that last night, because we know how to have a good time over dinner, debating that very question, is that there's different layers, there's different levels of answering that. I mean, one is that the Assembly meetings are going to be open, very public, in that we're going to webcast the whole thing. That the board won't be able to say something in those meetings which isn't captured in some kind of way. Then there has to be a formal capture process, which is, these are the commitments that have come out of this discussion. or and those commitments may be a commitment to investigate rather than a commitment to do. You don't want to force them to agree to stuff without reasonable evidence. And then there has to be a process of communicating those commitments out, back into the network, back into Discover, back to the people who were in Gather. But then the real interesting thing, and I'm going to hand to Camilla, is that how those commitments translate into the organisation is probably another role for the Secretariat, because each of those, which are those are going to be messy. They're going to be messy people. They're not going to be bounded by kind of like tidy organisational lines. They're going to be kind of like, go and do this, or we know we want to do that. Is that there's probably a fourth role for the Secretariat, is finding the home for those commitments and routing them through the system. Does that make sense? Sorry, Camilla.
No, it's absolutely right, and it's where we start to worry about growing the role of the Secretariat.
I know.
But they have to be addressed, because otherwise it won't. Otherwise, people would lose faith.
But it wouldn't be. This is so I work a lot with local authorities, and I think there's a big difference between local authorities who, coming out of a scrutiny process, the scrutiny team go off and make sure stuff happens, versus the scrutiny team that is really good at signposting, and actually they don't feel the need to follow stuff up because they trust the organisation that once they pass an issue on, they know it will come back to them. And so the fat team is the one that has to do everything for itself. A lean team should be all about making sure stuff gets to the right place and then just waiting for a response.
The other thing is that hopefully, if it's gone up to the board, if the issue is at the board, the people who are concerned ought to be keeping an eye and will hopefully be engaged in the process somewhere along the line, so would want to take it up for themselves. That would be our best option, because we've encouraged openness and transparency, actually to do nothing. Well, you could do nothing, but it doesn't look well on you. And this is part of this whole idea, is about being held to account in public. So you would be being held to account in public back down at your local level, and maybe that's where the local assemblies or the local senates or whatever re-engage in that issue. If you know that there's an issue that affects your local people, that actually it's a systemic response rather than the Secretariat response.
Well, yeah, because I'm not thinking the Secretariat respond, I'm just thinking they're responsible for
pushing it through.
But another way of thinking about it is that, so imagine that, so I've gathered people, because, sort of around my issue, I've made it through the balanced scorecard, I've got onto the agenda, have a fantastic debate, put my point brilliantly, obviously, at the meeting, and then I get a set of commitments, and then I keep my gather space open. This is me moving through the system, by the way, you can tell. I then, what the Secretariat does is introduce the people who can act on the commitments into my gather space. So actually the answer happens in the place where the issue came from. That's another way of doing this. So you actually, by raising the issue, you become participant in the solution in some way, which I don't know how practical that is, but that again changes the dynamic, but it also puts some of the responsibility. One of the dangers here, I think, is that you end up with a campaign that wants something which actually, they successfully ask for something. When it hits reality, they actually need something slightly different. Yeah. But if they're not still involved in the solution process that comes out of that commitment, then they end up just a bit cross. Yeah. And also, I think I think it's easier to be a campaigner than it is to be a solution maker sometimes. So I wonder if there's a continuity, which is where I gathered something, I came up with some ideas, and I'm going to stick with it. I'm going to be part of the solution. That's co-production. What do people think of that? Are we asking too much of people? Am I asking too much of citizens?
But your idea, Gus, was to have those people that had flagged something be very present all the way through. So actually they've still got a bit of stake in the response. If it is an issue that's affected 100,000 people or even 10,000 people, we can't have them all. Whatever response is not going to meet everybody's. It's just not, is it?
No.
Reality is it's not going to work for everyone.
No, well, and that's what I mean, is that actually, one of the reasons why we end up feeling betrayed by big systemic things is because actually, nothing is ever the same as you intend when you actually start doing it. And that's not a bad thing. That's just like, actually, once you start working on something, it should change. It should be different. The world is different. In 6 months' time, the world will be totally different. The solution has to fit the world as it is right now. So that this continuity of involving the people who raise the issue with the solution creation, so that actually when you come to the next assembly meeting and you ask them, has your issue been dealt with, they can say, yeah, it wasn't quite what we expected, but we're really happy with where we've ended up with it.
So the second assembly meeting would have feedback from the first.
We've been thinking that you'd have a constant feedback loop.
I think you'd have to have that.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
really need to.
Yeah.
It's a kind of, in the sort of whole learning kind of world, it holds you to account even more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And it's just really, it's just really embarrassing that, if stuff keeps having to come back, and it's a soft accountability, but it's still an accountability. It's not a legal kind of like pointy thing, but it's, it has an effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're talking ourselves into some kind of thing which has got the nurturing roles, it's got the sort the agenda out, but making that a kind of more of a jury kind of process. But it's also got the responsibility for making sure that the people who can fulfil the commitments come together afterwards. Yeah. So this isn't that the Secretariat would solve the problems, that this is the Secretariat are not responsible for solving the problems, but they are responsible for connecting together the people who can solve the problems and connecting them to the people who raise the issue. Yeah. Are we still loving the Secretariat? They're going to be tiny. Small number of people, ferociously efficient, aided by technology.
Oh dear.
It'll be
Someone
fine.
on Twitter, Ros Davis, who I don't think may not be watching, so just maybe listening to tweets, was also agreeing with the idea of the Secretariat shifting regionally and kind of, along temporary lines as well, which is quite nice. A dynamic network, she calls it.
Yeah. So the Secretariat would there'd be no permanent members of staff in the Secretariat. Everybody would move through the Secretariat. Yeah. Radical.
Oh, everybody would what?
So
this is really hard. Doing two things at once.
This is why Andrew has like, it's okay.
Women could
Yeah. Go on, what was the thing?
No, so there wouldn't be any. The ideal is there's no permanent roles in the Secretariat. Yeah. It's a loose collection of people. Yeah. But how does that? Who should it be accountable to? Who's the Secretariat responsible to? I feel really mean because we're actually asking you a lot of the really difficult questions. Yeah. In the bigger sessions, you end up we've ended up a bit broader with a lot of stuff. With you guys, we're just really hammering you with the hard stuff. Yeah. Sorry. Appreciate it, though.
I don't think the Secretariat should be responsible to the people, the citizens, and also the people who have started the flagging should be able, like I said before, should be able to follow it right the way through, except where the picking takes place. They shouldn't have anything to do with that at all, where the picking takes place. I've changed my mind on that. I did say we should be putting the case to the pickers, but no, I don't think they should be involved. It should be just the
jury
level, the level playing field thing, the whatever you
balance
call it.
Scorecard,
Yeah, balanced scorecard. As far as governance is concerned, there shouldn't be any from the top. There shouldn't be a board or anything like that of NHS Citzien.
So should it be a cooperative?
Something like that.
Or a community interest. I mean, remember, we'd be a way off being able to, and certainly we can't do it anyway because we've got no power to it. But if so we would make, we could make recommendations, and that we'd be a while off. This would be in its operational state. But could it be a cooperative or a community interest company? Could it be its own structural thing?
The trouble with that, as far as I'm concerned, is that a CIC needs someone needs a company name put him through to company's house, and also a board put him through to company's house as well. Same with a PLP and and everything like that. They all need boards, and the trouble with a board is they take too much power off the rest of the people. And that shouldn't happen. Members of this should have the say, not a board. And you usually get the usual suspects usually get on a board as well. Yeah. People who have
been on other boards.
Been on other boards, yeah. And I'm including myself in that. So, I wouldn't want to see a board.
Yeah. Okay then, so I think that probably, because this isn't really my field, I think we probably need to make a definite action, which is we need to research potential structures, governance structures for, and we will go straight to the Centre for Public Security. We'll go to Tim and Jessica and ask them about it.
I think if you were to eventually set up some sort of social enterprise or community interest company or other body like that, would that of itself then prevent you from staffing it via secondments? I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think you definitely have cross-sector secondments. People get moved.
So you could still do that into a social enterprise.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem. Okay. Yeah. So we really like the secondment idea, don't we? We like the drawing people from other places. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I've got council people working on one of my companies that I sit on.
Yeah.
And social housing people as well in the same company.
Yeah, so I think that's very possible. Okay, well look, we're if Anthony's watching, I don't know if Anthony's watching today, but this is the kind of question that Anthony, we're going to give this to Anthony, and to come back with a list of potential kind of incorporations of some, what could this look like? But I think we are saying it has to be independent from NHS England. Yeah. Eventually, I mean, it may be that its first iteration will be popped up within NHS England, because I think it may not be achievable to be honest, you want to make, before you create an artefact, you want to make sure it's going to work. Yeah. So it might be you want to make it...
It's who's going to pay for it if you go on a CIC or a...
Yeah. Well, it has to show... And that's another reason why you wouldn't do that until you'd shown it's got value. Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's lean startup.
And you might come up against, depending on the amount of money, you might come up against the European Union tendering.
It should be under that. Yeah, we're going to put together some sums about how we estimate this, but hopefully it would be less than that.
500,000, isn't it?
Is it? Well, that's only okay. Let's not talk about OJEC. Let's not have that conversation.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of stuff we need to practically get organised about. Yeah. Okay, so that's really useful. So we've ended up with a secretariat that is supporting people through this process, and is also injecting skills into. Do you know Egg, the bank Egg?
Yeah.
Okay, so you know where Egg came from. Okay, so Egg was actually a start-up within the Prudential. So the Prudential realised that it was not dealing with digital banking at all well. It just didn't, it was freaking it out, couldn't manage it. And so it set up and it got a load of entrepreneurial type people within its own organisation and said, create a new thing. So it incubated its own startup, and then Egg was their answer to this is how we're going to be online. And that's almost the model that we're thinking here, which is that you, within the NHS system, you create this startup, which is you bring together the people who are going to do the participation stuff a bit differently, and then you use that to move things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the trouble with that, I'm sorry, I'm keeping on being negative here.
Yeah, I don't think you're being negative.
The trouble with that is you start with a hierarchy of a chief executive, and then you come down,
not necessarily.
managers and things like that. You know, it's...
No, this will be one of those places like bean bags everywhere. You know, I mean, is that you'd have to make sure that whatever you created behaved in a networked. You know what Ros said, that it was a collaborative network, and it didn't reinforce a hierarchy. You'd have to be, and this would be in the design. You'd have to make sure that was really true. It's a bit like, I don't know if you come across the way government digital service works. So GDS who came out of Cabinet Office. So they're doing central government technology, but like a Silicon Valley startup. So they behave totally different. They're within government, but they behave totally differently. And they've done a lot of work redeveloping big bits of government websites and things like that. So this idea that you allow one unit to behave completely differently within the system, and you support them to behave differently. It's possible, and you've seen that there are other examples out there. But it's hard because you've got to really commit to it, because at the minute that you let it go native, then you let it, because its energy will want to go back to the status quo. Yes.
Michael Sears, who put, oh no, sounds like we're creating another NHS body. No, please not.
Well, see,
to
Michael,
which I have responded, agree, not another NHS body. It should be tiny, flexible, mobile and light touch.
Nice tweeting. Plus one from me. We get caught though in this kind of like, we can see all of these things need doing to support this process. Where's it going? Where does that? You know, we don't think it should be another NHS body. You know, firstly, it shouldn't be new NHS bodies. It has to be draw the talent from the system where you find it. But it can't be another. You know, we don't want to create another thing, but we have a particular set of needs. We have needs. Yeah. So does Michael have an answer? Michael?
He says, if you have no hierarchy, then there is a danger of never making a decision. Because I was saying that of those purposes of the listening, making connections, supporting people through the balanced scorecard, and then this issue of agenda setting or not. And so he put, if you have no hierarchy, there's danger of never making a decision, collaborative with power and decisions.
Collaborative decision making does always risk being death by consensus, you know, and death in the sense of you're dead by the time you reach it. You know, it goes on so long. Is that I draw more on the way that software developers. So if you come across, you won't come across, but basically there's a way of developing software that's called Agile. And Agile's really interesting. I find it really interesting anyway, but because Agile's all about giving a lot of, you know, everybody sits down and plans what's going to happen, but you agree what you're going to get done within a certain period of time. So everybody agrees to the time frame and the overall objective. So the overall objective in this case might be that we commit to having an agenda ready a draft agenda ready by this date, whatever it is. But then you work collaboratively, but you all commit to that time frame. So the way in which you avoid not making a decision is actually you share the power, and you share the power and you share the commitment to an outcome. And you end up, sorry, and
we call that task and finish.
It's sort of like task and finish. The difference between that task and finish and that is that actually you've got more ability to change the solution within Agile, whereas task and finish is all about kind of like closing it down. Yeah. Agile is all about we've no idea what the solution is, but this is the problem we want to solve. Yeah. But if you see the way that Agile teams work, they really deliver. They're very, very productive when it works well, and they don't end up in this kind of like collaboration thing.
Sorry,
no, it's all right, because Pete...
Is he on my computer now?
See, this is really... So Pete's keeping an eye on the agenda. You're right, Pete, you're right. You're right, we should go to that as well. Do we want to grab a quick cup of tea? I always want to grab a cup of... It's like a tea whiz. Do you want to grab a quick cup of tea, and then have you got the energy for one more question? Or if I give you a cup of tea, will you all try and escape?
We'll all try
Oh, you do? I'm.
Maybe go on and finish early.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think.
All right, we're going to. Okay, I'm going to ask you the last question, which is going to change the topic a bit. Sorry, Michael, but okay. So the last question is, how changing? Okay, so it's really important, and actually today's been a really good example of it, that we find ways of connecting online and offline engagement together. So a lot of what we're saying works because the transparency can be done online, because sort of digital offices a scale and a reach that just isn't possible with face-to-face. It's a lot cheaper. There's lots and lots of really good reasons why we're thinking digitally. But we also know that there are audiences who aren't online, and there are conversations that happen best face-to-face. So we're quite interested in how way we've been imagining solving this problem is two ways. One way is actually using stuff like we've been doing today, so webcasting and streaming physical events so that they've got visibility online. But the other thing is to ask some people to be online-offline connectors. So to ask people to take responsibility for taking the voices of people who are not online into the digital space, but actually then taking the answer back again. Do you think that those two things are a good solution to the problem of not everybody's going to want to connect digitally? So it's a totally different question to the Secretariat one.
Do you mean people send their problems by letter or something like that to you, and you put them on? You put them online.
Well, I'm really hoping that people won't send them by letter. But if I show you... okay, so this is... What have we got going on here? So this is what's going on Twitter. This is what Camilla's doing at the moment. So you can see that there's a conversation going on around. So look, so Camilla's been having a chat with Ros here. Hello, Ros.
But people who aren't online are probably not going to use Twitter.
No, they're not. But the thing is, though, so actually, though, is that tools like Twitter, I'm not saying just Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, these places where we have digital conversations are good places to, to connect to insight and, information about how people want. This is how people have the, conversations about the NHS online as much, at least as much as they have them offline. So how do we? That's what I'm saying. Not everybody, but there's a significant audience of people who are working, who are digitally connected, and are much more likely actually to pick up something on Twitter than they are to come to a public meeting, for instance. So actually, you can argue you're going to find more people online than you are by face-to-face stuff for a lot of public engagement. Gus has got a real sceptical face. You can't see his sceptical face.
I have got a sceptical face because I'm of an age. I'm 67, and lots and lots of my friends. They use landlines for a start. They haven't got mobile phones. They haven't got online. They're not online. They haven't got computers. And how are those people going to get their problems sorted out?
So that's kind of the question I'm putting back to you, though. So just to be clear, I'm not saying that we're going to stop the public meetings that we're having already, or that we're going to not write to people. But actually, that's is that we know we've got diminishing levels of participation and turnout for public meetings and things like that, and we know that actually we've got rising levels of participation online. So if we assume that, so that makes online a good place to be doing this stuff, yeah. Then the problem becomes, how do you connect the online and the offline together? Yeah. So we've got two solutions. The two solutions we've got so far are film the public meetings, which is not difficult to do, so that actually you can, but then the only way to get stuff off from the online space to the offline space is for people to take responsibility for taking that data offline, taking that conversation offline. So while we can suck it up digitally, well, we wanted to do both ways, though. Yeah. So we want to make sure that online conversations are accessible offline, because otherwise we're talking about people, not with people. And we want to make sure that offline conversations can go online. And as I say, that's in the absence. We did, obviously we considered mass surveillance, but we wrote that off really early. That's not right. So yes, in the absence of mass surveillance, it was either filming public meetings, which is, we do a lot of that with local government, and that's a really effective way of kind of like people feeling more engaged. But we think we're going to have to ask some people to be connectors. We're going to have to ask them to bridge that gap. Do you think that that's a good solution to that problem? I think we might have done you in. I think this might be just one question too many.
No.
Are you sure? No, it's Pete's fault. It was Pete's idea to ask the question. You haven't, no.
I think you've got to use a variety of mechanisms, but whether you've got sort of dedicated or named connectors, or whether it's a general thing of trying to use, in particular, voluntary and community sector and advocacy role, support groups, trying to get those conversations on things like community radio, local radio.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. Yeah,
can often reach audiences en masse that maybe wouldn't engage online. So, I mean, it's an age-old problem about how you connect the two. So, I agree, but I'm not. Are you talking about almost formalising those relationships and saying you, X individual or organisation, have agreed to act as the connector for this group, or are you talking about a general principle of working with a number of partners to have those conversations, because they're two different things, really?
I guess I personally have got a slightly fuzzy brain on the subject, and not just kind of like in the afternoon. I have something which is kind of like forming in my head, which is related to the conversation we had earlier, which is that we don't currently value the connector role enough. If you go back to, my slide, which with the very well connected, the really nice, is that, and this was the point about a lot of charities are really effective connectors, but we don't value the fact that, I would argue that a more connected community is a more resilient community, is a stronger community, it is a better state to be in. And if it's people making those connections that build that strength, we have to find a way of valuing that role. And so something in my head connects. So actually, by making it an explicit role, we are showing that we value that role of being a connector. Because this is one of the dilemmas. There's lots of people, who are really effective as connectors, but they don't actually get appreciated for it, despite the fact things fall apart if you don't connect stuff together.
I was just wondering also in a slightly more formal sense, and I know again it's just one tool, not the answer, but whether local ward councillors have have potentially a role to play here, and again thinking of joining up local government and health agenda. And traditional ward councillors, I'm not talking about the people who sit on the committees or cabinet, but the rank and file ward councillors and town councillors and parish councillors who are out in their communities day after day, rooted in their communities. Is there something about using those kinds of mechanisms as well? But again, that starts to move away from it just being NHS Citzien to citizen. On a...
The councillors that I absolutely agree, they're really important. I'm an absolute believer in democracy, without hesitation. That the thing with some NHS decisions is that locally elected people need to get votes. And there is sometimes a tension between what might be considered to be the right decision by the NHS or a properly considered decision and vote getting. And to my mind, the system will work its best when those elected politicians actually join the conversation. Not,
I agree.
Because it will get them votes.
But all I'm thinking of here is if we're trying to, just in a very purist sense, and I know it's not that simple, but in a purist sense of trying to join up online and offline conversations as opposed to canvassing on a particular issue, but just joining up conversations, they can provide that. They could be one.
They should know the conversations.
Yeah, they could be just one route amongst many.
Yes, I agree.
Of helping that. I don't mean to say having them campaign or be part of a particular issue, but in terms of knowing the issues in their local community and taking those online or taking online discussions into their community. It's just another route amongst maybe.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah. I'm very attracted to that. So I mean, at the moment, the kind of like the critical path for us is I have to get people building a load of stuff by July. So that's my real focus. And then we have to stand it all up, get it so that we can test. So I'm moving through the timeline again. Look, sorry. So we can do the assembly test in September. After September, we'll have the prototype, the whole thing up there, and then we will be trying it in some local areas. And where we do that, we will be speaking to local, to members and seeing whether or not we can get them, how that we get them involved. Camilla's surfacing a real concern though, which is that one of the problems we know we end up with is that you end up with these, hospital closures is an absolute classic here, which is however sensible the reconfiguration of the hospital, the infrastructure is local politicians almost always resist hospital closures. So even when they know that it's not actually the best long-term solution, they always resist them. And so we're trying to create an environment where that kind of madness doesn't happen. But it's a real tricky one. But yeah, we're going to be testing some stuff though, definitely.
We're getting problems now on our CRG because we want to try and get more specialised centres operating across the country, and that's hitting a lot of buffers, not from councillors, but from other consultants and things like that. Other people inside the NHS. Yeah. So,
but that reconfiguration of services problem, we think, is exactly the kind of thing that NHS Citzien should be better at, should be good at dealing with, because it should be able to have a much wider kind of participation. Hopefully, it can take a bit of a longer view on things as well. Yeah. That's our ambition. But that does mean, So going back to the online connectors, I'm going to have to come back and read what's on Twitter.
Aileen has asked, it's a little bit not quite in this conversation, but it's a little bit, so I'll say it now, was asking whether or not we've talked about in the inclusion in her field of work is particularly with deaf community, and actually trying to link it with this conversation. There is a lot about how different people access even as connectors. So the different modes of connecting with NHS Citzien is going to be really important to us. And she's asking if we could do a YouTube video which is signed around NHS Citzien and using other means for inclusion. So.
We can definitely do that. I think we've had signers at other events. I'm sure we've had. I think so. We had speech to text people at the Exeter event. Now we're talking to Eileen, who's online. The question, is that it's very simple just to say it's online, offline connectors, but it's actually how do you connect people who are not able to experience the mainstream thing is perhaps the better question. And the offline space, bringing the offline online is one element of it, but it is also about making sure that we've created an experience that feels welcoming to everybody, so that the first time you touch it, it actually holds something for you. It feels like a place where you're welcomed, and that's difficult, but we don't think unachievable. We'll have to see. Everybody uses Amazon. It'll be fine. Okay, I think it'll all be fine. I'll build a load of things. It'll be fine. Maybe. What I'd really like to do, because I think we're running out of steam. I know I'm running out of steam. Yeah, okay. What I'd love to do, if you don't mind, is because we're quite a small group, is to do a check-in. I'd like to just get a reflection from everybody, because you've just really dived into this loads for us today, and I'm really grateful. So if we just if you just take a moment, and would you be happy doing that if I pass the... Do you want a moment, or are you just you're kind of instant reflectors? But look, Bernadette, just take the microphone, Bernadette, take it. No, this is why they mic'd me up. Otherwise, I'm exactly the same.
So this is from the day where we are.
Yeah, I just, I don't think we,
Nothing too profound.
Well, you could be as profound as you like.
Yes,
it's been, we've dug really deep into some of the stuff here, and I just think we'd find it really useful if you could. Firstly, I'd love to know, have you found this? You've given us a huge chunk of time. I'd just like to check that you found it useful, but also, kind of is there anything that you from the conversation you think we particularly have to note? So just play it back. How was it for you?
I came hopefully with an open mind, but I was a little bit sort of sceptical as well. I've actually found it really interesting. we found solutions where I didn't think there were any. And I like the idea of the citizens' jury. So I think it's a big old ask. I find it hard to try and bring it down small. Each component, we were talking about the Secretariat. I find it really hard to imagine it being anything other than a massive ask. But, if it was workable, I think it'd be a great initiative. So, yeah, hopefully ended on a positive note.
We're hopeful, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I've enjoyed it today. I've been able to have a little bit of a say where with big crowds in a room, you might get one chance in a day, and that's it. So I think smaller participation groups are the best way to go. And I'm having a look at the Twitter now, and it's. I think I might go on to Twitter before long. Anyway,
you have to come and say
getting back to the conversation. I think the citizens' jury to look at the things that are coming off gather to go into the assembly is a good idea. I think that getting people at a reasonable level to look at things that are happening in the gather area in NHS England at a reasonable level to look at what's happening in the gather area is a good idea. And I just think it was a good day altogether. Trouble is now, me feet have swollen up with sitting here too long. So I'm having to hold me foot up in the air.
Well, do you want a chair?
No.
Thank you.
I think it's been a really interesting day, and it's certainly made me think more again about what we're doing in our locality across Cheshire and Merseyside, and how the work that we're doing there on participation and engagement can link in with the work that's going on at a national level, and vice versa. And the other thing that I personally enjoyed is hearing the different views and contributions from other people in the room who've got a different perspective, which is really interesting. I think for me, I'd just have a couple of pleas, really. First of all, and you know, I know from what you said today that you will do this, but as everybody said, there's a lot of potential here for duplication at all kinds of levels. So it's just something around that. And the second thing is, again, just a personal hobby horse about the joining up between local government and health, and of this, you know, the particularly interesting space for me in this are those things that health and local government argue over, you know, and the member of the public, the citizen, the patient is left in the middle trying to, well, health have said it's the council, and the council have said it's health, and they've said it's not, they're not funding that, and it's their, all of that kind of space. So I'd like to see this not just be NHS Citzien, but for it to be, I don't know what the right name is, Citizen, Health and Wellbeing Citizen, but something that goes across that line between health and care.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's something that's come up. It's kind of, it's getting higher and higher as a call about actually everybody needs to remember it's health and social care. It's health and social care. It's not one or the other.
Yeah. We're probably not going to have time to do that before September, but we're definitely planning in the next, after the September crescendo, is that we definitely want to do some specific stuff around that intersection. It's absolutely critical. And if this doesn't work locally, it's got no purpose nationally. It's got to work locally and nationally.
It's just the fact if it's called NHS Citzien, will the NHS bit start to become a barrier?
Yeah. We'll see.
Well, we'll see if we can get some more interest from...
I do what Bernadette said, so I won't say all that again. But it's been really interesting, and it's good to be able to be a part of the design, you know, before it goes live.
Good.
You know, and the involvement of so many people, you know, have got a real belief in it going ahead.
Yeah,
so I wish it all the best, really.
Well,
thank you.
I didn't know anything about this innovation, shall we say, before today, so it's been incredibly interesting. And given particularly that I'm exploring sort of roots in patient experience, it's obviously given me some food for thought in terms of I'm from a commissioning support unit, so the future is a little uncertain at present, so we need to be looking at other ways of working. So definitely really useful today. I do just have still in my mind a little query around, you know, given the vastness of the insight and intelligence that this central place is going to hold, how that information is going to be explored and understood and translated. It just hasn't quite clicked with me yet, and I guess because I've worked in community engagement and worked in patient liaison and done the face-to-face stuff that you talked about, I did raise a concern about, you know, sometimes I think using technology is amazing, certainly more cost efficient than any other mechanism, but is there a possibility of losing some of that context? And, you know, I don't know, just have a question around that, but it's certainly a fantastic idea, and I'm grateful to be part of it.
Yeah, no. So is it how? I mean, there's lots of questions around the insight stuff for me. Loads and loads of questions. It'd be lovely if you can make it to Bristol. We're going to be showing some of the stuff that we think can be done, but there's a big, you know. Firstly, how do you make sure it's participation, not surveillance? How do you make sure you're not just counting stuff, that you're actually understanding stuff? How do you make sure you understand relationships and context as well as just the content? So those are all very alive. Those are really good observations, and they're very alive for us. There's one other thing, though, is that we think it's really, really important that we create an infrastructure where nobody knows more than anybody else. So while some people might need some help with the tools, is that we don't want to create a big silo of secret information. This has to be, we are creating shared insight, which can be used by the voluntary sector, it can be used by anybody, but we are enriching the system with more knowledge, not that we are collecting more stuff that we will use to control people. It's massively important, and we think that there's a way you can build the infrastructure, the architecture of that, to make that, so to embed that in, to make it impossible to make it other. Fingers crossed anyway. Must build it, must build it. I've got many, many marvellous partners who've agreed to work with us on this, so they're going to solve this.
I found it very, very interesting and useful, and I would have liked to see more people, because the more people, more opinions, more opportunities to find solutions and to include, to be more exhaustive about everything. And at first sight, sounds very chaotic, like everything is a lot of things to do, and maybe for normal people that might not have knowledge about NHS system, how it works, might be very, very chaotic. And that's why I think small little changes might be reinforced and explained little by little, and try to do small little changes, because in this situation, the anticipation is like a very, very big changes to happen, but we have to make people aware that it's a big change, the changing of a culture that is going to take a lot of time, and we have to arm them with patience. It's not something that is going to happen in a few days, in a few weeks or years. Yeah. It's something that happens little by little. And I was just reading in here, we might be facing the butterfly effect. Yes. Everybody knows what it is.
Yes, yeah, butterfly flaps its wings and those.
Yes. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I prefer to be positive and optimistic about it.
Yeah. We think that is that we often so with me building the stuff and Camilla thinking about the culture change stuff, and obviously we all cross over, is that we know that culture change stuff is going to be slow. It's sort of in terms of work generations, but actually we'll be able to stand up some stuff we can do quite quickly. The trick, we think, will be how do we keep iterating? So how do we make sure that we're constantly learning from the changes that we have made? Because we know that in 5 years, if this works, it'll look totally different in 5 years' time. If it works, it will continue to evolve because it'll be dynamic.
We have to make sure that we are consistent and perseverant.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I'm just going to ask Pete if Pete wants to say. No, Pete's been quiet. Camilla and Twitter?
Nothing specially back from Twitter. One new notification. Hold it, might have been me. Someone followed me. See, it's a good way to get followers. I just want to say thank you. My head is absolutely full now of knowing that most things that we think about, that we can kind of share with people here in the room and out there could be an answer to if we work at it and work at it and work at it. Because sometimes we get very daunted, I think, by the fact that how on earth are we going to solve this problem? But actually, doing it with other people really does help, and it really does work. And there is really quite a lot that I can take for today. And I feel quite confirmed that we're going along the right lines, that some of our thinking hits the mark, some of it we need to kind of come back. Actually, no, let's think again. So, yeah, thank you very much, all of you, here and out there. I don't know how many people are watching still.
Brilliant. So, I'm going to close. We'll close there. Let's say,
what about your reflections?
Oh, my reflections is that I think we have to start. We have to come out of the closet and just start talking about this secretariat a bit, because is that the idea that this will not function without some kind of support. So we need to make that more of a live conversation, I think, which we have probably just done by telling the internet.
And to find the right people to have that conversation with.
Yeah, so that needs to be, we need to get that running possibly properly. I think I really like the citizens, the jury solution around agenda setting.
That was a good solution.
Yeah, I think that's a, you know, so I really like that, and that makes me feel better about that bit of the process. So I'm hoping when we put that back to the rest of the team that we're working with, that they're going to like that as well. I think that the connector role still is going to need quite a lot of work. I know we came to it late in the day, but I think that the way Bernadette captured it is this a responsibility that you give someone, or is it a behaviour you're trying to encourage? Is actually quite a critical thing, and I guess I think in my head I need to resolve the fact that we know the connectors are really important. And we need to appreciate and value them a bit. But that doesn't necessarily mean we give them kind of like, this is your responsibility. We don't have to give, we should be able to value them without giving them additional responsibilities. So, I don't know, so that's that, as you can see, I've still got a fuzzy brain about that.
The thing is, if it grows, if it becomes something, people will do it because they want to do it. It's not because they've been asked to do it or whatever. It's because it's obvious that they do it. It is just one of the behaviours for all of us that become ingrained. It's what we do. So it's a responsibility we give ourselves rather than we demand of people.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Can I just ask?
Sorry to open
You're only
up.
with a microphone.
I haven't got one. The thing I want to ask is, are you going to keep us up to date with what's going on after this meeting finishes? I have been getting a few up-to-date emails. I think the last one was just after the Leeds
That's
event.
probably the last main thing.
And I had one after the event before Leeds. I think there was one before Leeds, wasn't there?
Exeter.
Yeah. I had one after that as well.
You'll get, so that means you're definitely on the list of people we've got. So basically, once you come to one of these events, unless you tell us otherwise, we consider you captured.
Yeah.
And that we'll send you. So I mean, this is us working in public. So you'll see, we'll have to do a write-up of this. Whoa. So we'll have to write this up, and then we'll circulate that. And also, and do tell us if you think the way we've written up isn't quite right. So we tend to, because every one of these moves the design process on. So we'll send out an email from that. We'll also be sending out some information about, we'll probably let you know about the Cambridge one, though that's a bit of a trek for you guys, but we'll also, when we do the workshop in Bristol, we will be sort of asking people if they want to come along to that.
You'll be online for that Cambridge one, won't you?
Yeah, we will be.
Yeah,
so
you can always watch.
I can listen to it.
Gus, you need to sort out on Twitter. Get yourself sorted on Twitter in order to take part there. Are you sure?
No Twitter.
Just full stop. So we'll be webcasting that one as well. So you'll be able to watch. Thank you so much for your time. Really, really appreciate it. And so much useful stuff today. Thank you. There's still some tea and coffee. Thank you so much. So grab yourselves a cup of tea. People at home, put the kettle on. And thank you so much. We've had a big online audience today, which I think has been really interesting, but it's been much appreciated as well. So thank you and good night.